Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, she stepped on it every day, second stair from the bottom, always creaky. But when her foot sank too deep one morning, she pulled the board loose. Inside, wrapped in a trash bag, was a torn backpack, a cassette tape, and a cracked school ID with her face, but not her name. Morgan Klein had lived in the modest two-story home on Sycamore Lane for nearly 6 years. The house, built in 1973, had always made its age known through various creaks, groans, and the occasional draft that would slip through the windows during harsh Wisconsin winters. At 34, Morgan was finally settling into what she considered her adult life. A librarian at the local community college, she enjoyed the quiet rhythm of her days, cataloging books, helping students with research, and returning home to her tabby cat, Edison. The stair had started creaking about a year after she moved in, just a slight noise at first, barely noticeable. Over time, it grew more pronounced, like an old friend announcing their presence. Morgan had grown so accustomed to the sound that she barely registered it anymore. Step, creak, step, a daily ritual repeated countless times, forming the unremarkable soundtrack of her life. February 12, 2019 began like any other Tuesday. The temperature had dipped below freezing overnight, leaving a thin layer of frost on Morgan's windshield. She prepared her usual breakfast, plain yogurt with a drizzle of honey and sliced almonds, before gathering her things for work. The morning light was still weak, barely filtering through the kitchen windows, casting long shadows across the hardwood floor. As Morgan descended the stairs, her right foot landed on the familiar second step from the bottom. Instead of the expected creak, however, there was a different sound, a splintering crack followed by a sudden give. Her foot plunged through the wooden board, sinking several inches deeper than it should have. She caught herself on the banister, preventing a fall, but her ankle twisted painfully in the process. "What the hell?" she whispered, carefully extracting her foot from the damaged stair. The board had split lengthwise, revealing an unusual hollow space beneath. Most stairs were solid, or at least supported by structural beams throughout. This one appeared to have been deliberately hollowed out, creating a small compartment within. Morgan knelt on the bottom step, curious. Using her fingers, she pried the broken pieces of wood aside. The space inside was dark, but she could make out something wrapped in what looked like a black plastic garbage bag. Her heart began to beat faster as she reached inside, pulling the package free. The bag wasn't sealed, just loosely folded over its contents. Morgan unwrapped it carefully, as if handling evidence which, unknown to her at that moment, she was. 3 items lay inside: a faded blue backpack with a jagged tear along one side, a cassette tape without a label, and a plastic school ID card with a crack running diagonally across its surface. She picked up the ID first. The laminated card was weathered, the corners rounded from what must have been years of use. Though faded, the photo was unmistakable. It showed Morgan's face, her recognizable green eyes, and the small birthmark near her right eyebrow. But the name printed on the card wasn't hers. It read Allison Westfield. Morgan felt the room begin to spin slightly. She had never gone by another name. She had never been Allison Westfield. Yet here was her teenage face, maybe 15 or 16 years old, staring back at her from an ID card belonging to someone else. The school listed was unfamiliar: Pinecrest High School, Henderson County. Morgan had grown up in Madison, attending Madison East High School. She had never lived in Henderson County, had never heard of Pinecrest High. The cassette tape and torn backpack offered no immediate answers, only more questions. With trembling hands, she set the items on her kitchen table. She would be late for work, but that suddenly seemed inconsequential. Morgan called the library, claiming a migraine, then sat staring at the strange artifacts that had been hidden within her home long before she had purchased it. The previous owners had been an elderly couple, the Murrays, who had moved to Florida for retirement. Morgan had never met them. All transactions had gone through real estate agents. How long had these items been hidden in that stair? Had the Murrays known? Had they been the ones to conceal them? Morgan found an old cassette player in a box of electronics she'd meant to donate. The tape slid in with a mechanical click that seemed unnaturally loud in her quiet kitchen. She pressed play, unsure of what to expect. Static filled the room first, then a young female voice emerged through the hiss. "This is session 3 with Allison, October 14th, 1998. A different voice responded, younger, hesitant. "I told you my name is Morgan." Morgan's blood ran cold. The voice on the tape, the voice claiming to be Morgan, sounded like her own teenage self. "Allison, we've discussed this. The dissociative identity you've created isn't helping your recovery. Your name is Allison Westfield. You were admitted to Lakeside Behavioral Center following the incident at your home." Silence on the tape, then, "I didn't do it. I told you it wasn't me." "Let's discuss what happened the night of September 28th, Allison." "Nothing happened. I went to sleep at my house in Madison. My name is Morgan Klein." The tape continued for another 20 minutes. A therapist, Dr. Harriet Lemming, according to her introduction, attempting to break through to a teenage girl who insisted she was someone else, someone named Morgan Klein. The session explored details of what they referred to as the incident, though specific details were deliberately avoided, seemingly already established in previous sessions. By the time the tape clicked to an end, Morgan sat frozen in her chair. Her entire sense of identity was unraveling around her. She had clear memories of her childhood in Madison, of her parents, both now deceased following a car accident during her senior year of college. She remembered her high school friends, her first boyfriend, her college years at UW-Milwaukee. But she had no memory of ever being called Allison, of attending Pinecrest High, or of any incident requiring psychiatric care. Over the following days, Morgan barely left her house. She called in sick to work, claiming a persistent flu. In reality, she was obsessively researching, trying to make sense of her discovery. Henderson County was real, located about 2 hours west of Madison. Pinecrest High School existed there. Using the school's online alumni database, Morgan found yearbook photos from 1998, and there she was, listed as Allison Westfield, sophomore year. The same face that had smiled from her own yearbook in Madison, but with a different name beneath it. Morgan drove to Henderson County the following weekend. The small town of Pinecrest felt eerily familiar, though she couldn't recall ever visiting before. She found the address listed as Allison Westfield's home in the phone book at the local library, 441 Lakeview Drive. The house was abandoned now, windows boarded up, a no trespassing sign hanging crookedly on the front gate. Yellow police tape, faded from years of exposure to the elements, still clung to one corner of the porch, forgotten or deliberately left as a warning. An elderly man was raking leaves in the neighboring yard. Morgan approached him, heart pounding. "Excuse me, sir, I'm doing some research on this house. Can you tell me anything about what happened here?" The man leaned on his rake, studying Morgan's face. His expression shifted from polite interest to something akin to shock. "Good Lord," he whispered, "you look just like her. Are you related to the Westfields?" "I'm researching them," Morgan replied evasively. Terrible business that was, just terrible. He glanced nervously at the abandoned house. The girl, Allison, she was troubled, always quiet, kept to herself. Nobody expected what happened, though. "What did happen?" Morgan pressed. "She killed them, her parents, used her father's hunting knife while they were sleeping, then sat at the kitchen table until morning when her grandmother came by and found her there, covered in blood, eating cereal like nothing had happened." He shook his head. "Some said she had another personality, claimed to be someone else entirely when they arrested her. Paper said she was sent to some psychiatric facility instead of juvenile detention." Morgan felt light-headed, steadying herself against the man's fence. "You all right, miss?" "Yes, just, it's a disturbing story. Do you know what happened to Allison afterward?" The old man shrugged. "That's the strange thing. About a year after she was committed, there was a fire at the facility. Several patients died. Allison was listed among the deceased. They had a small funeral here in town, though there wasn't much of a turnout, as you might imagine." Morgan thanked him and returned to her car, hands shaking too badly to insert the key into the ignition immediately. She sat there, staring at the abandoned house where Allison Westfield had allegedly murdered her parents. The date of the incident, September 28, 1998, coincided perfectly with Morgan's most traumatic memory, the night she believed her parents had been killed in a car accident. But she had no recollection of violence, of blood, of a hunting knife. In her memory, the police had come to her house in Madison, informed her of the tragic accident, and her aunt had taken her in until she graduated high school. Back home, Morgan emptied the torn backpack she'd found in the stair. Inside was a folded newspaper clipping about the fire at Lakeside Behavioral Center, listing the deceased patients. Allison Westfield's name was there, alongside 7 others. There was also a small notebook, filled with handwriting that matched Morgan's own. The entries alternated between 2 distinct perspectives, one signed A and one signed M. The final entry, dated November 15, 1999, simply read, "Tomorrow M becomes real. A disappears forever. Dr. Stevens is helping me. This is the only way." Morgan turned to the last person mentioned in the notebook, Dr. Stevens. After extensive searching, she located a retired psychiatrist named Dr. Elaine Stevens, now living in a nursing home in Milwaukee. The elderly woman initially refused to speak with Morgan, but upon seeing her in person, her professional composure crumbled. "You were my greatest success story," she whispered, eyes filling with tears, "and my greatest ethical failure." According to Dr. Stevens, Allison Westfield had developed a dissociative identity as a coping mechanism following severe abuse from her father. The Morgan personality had been completely unaware of the abuse and later of the murders. After the fire at Lakeside, which Allison had survived despite official reports, Dr. Stevens had made a controversial decision. Rather than continuing treatment to integrate Allison's fragmented identity, she had helped solidify the Morgan persona, creating a completely new life and background story for her. Official records were altered, memories were reinforced through therapy, and Allison Westfield officially ceased to exist. "You deserved a chance at life," Dr. Stevens explained. The Morgan identity was whole, healthy. Allison was irreparably broken by what had happened to her, by what she'd done. It was unorthodox, unethical, but I believed then, and still believe now, that it was the merciful choice. Morgan left the nursing home with more answers, but less certainty about who she truly was. The creaky stair in her house had contained more than old mementos. It had hidden the truth of her existence. She returned home to find her front door slightly ajar. Inside, the broken stair had been completely removed. The ID card, cassette tape, and backpack were gone from her kitchen table. Only the small notebook remained, tucked in her purse. A business card lay where the other items had been. It belonged to Dr. Harriet Lemming, the therapist from the cassette tape. On the back, handwritten in faded blue ink, "Some doors should remain closed. I is still inside you, am always will be." Morgan or Allison stood in her quiet kitchen, listening to the house settle around her. In the distance, the second stair from the bottom made a soft creaking sound, though no one was there to step on it. Some hollow spaces, once discovered, can never be sealed again. Crime 2, the town of Millfield, Massachusetts, had always been the kind of place where people looked out for each other. Located just far enough from Boston to maintain its small-town character, it was a community where neighbors knew each other's routines, where the local diner served the same breakfast special every Wednesday, and where Rebecca Lawson had spent her entire 43 years of life. Rebecca had been an elementary school teacher until 3 years ago when her father, Harold, suffered his first stroke. The decision to quit her job and care for him full-time wasn't easy, but it felt inevitable. Harold had raised her alone after her mother died of cancer when Rebecca was just 12. Now it was her turn to be there for him as his health gradually declined. Their modest 2-story colonial home on Maple Street had been in the family for generations. The creaking hardwood floors and slightly uneven door frames held decades of memories. In the final months of Harold's life, the living room had been transformed into a makeshift bedroom. Medical equipment shared space with family photographs and the antique grandfather clock that had marked time through births, deaths, and everything in between. Harold's condition had worsened significantly by late October of 2023. The hospice agency, Comfort Care Partners, began sending a nurse 3 times a week to help manage his pain and assist with basic care. The regular nurse, Martin, was efficient and kind, always arriving in his navy blue scrubs with a gentle smile and a folder full of paperwork. But then there was the other nurse. She first appeared on a Tuesday evening when the autumn winds were stripping the last leaves from the trees. Rebecca had been dozing in the armchair beside her father's bed when a soft knock at the door startled her awake. "Sorry to disturb you," the woman said when Rebecca opened the door. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "I'm from Comfort Care. I'm covering for Martin tonight." The woman was slender, with pale skin and dark hair mostly hidden beneath a white nurse's cap, an old-fashioned touch that seemed out of place with modern medical attire. She wore light blue scrubs and carried a small black medical bag. The agency ID card clipped to her pocket read, Sarah, though Rebecca couldn't quite make out the last name in the dim porch light. "They didn't call to tell me about a substitution," Rebecca said, hesitating at the threshold. "It was last minute," Sarah explained. "Martin had a family emergency. I can come back another time if it's inconvenient." Harold called weakly from the living room, asking who was at the door. Something in his tone, a note of relief, perhaps made Rebecca step aside and let the nurse in. Sarah moved with quiet efficiency around Harold's bedside. Her hands were cool and steady as she checked his vital signs, administered his medication, and adjusted his pillows. Unlike Martin, who filled silences with gentle chatter about the weather or local news, Sarah worked in near-complete silence, communicating with small nods and reassuring touches. You have a way with him, Rebecca observed, watching her father drift into a peaceful sleep, something that had become increasingly rare. He seems comfortable with you. Sarah offered a small smile. Sometimes patients respond to different energies. I'm glad I can help him rest. After that night, Sarah began to appear regularly, always in the evenings when the house was at its quietest. Sometimes she would replace Martin's scheduled visits. Other times she would arrive unexpectedly, explaining that she was just checking in on Harold. Rebecca never questioned these additional visits. Her father's comfort was all that mattered, and he seemed most at ease when Sarah was there. In Harold's final week, Sarah came every night. She brought a different kind of peace to the house. The pain that had etched deep lines into Harold's face seemed to recede in her presence. On the last night, as Harold's breathing became increasingly labored, Sarah sat beside him, her cool hand resting lightly on his. "It's okay to let go now," she whispered to him. "Everything is taken care of." Harold Lawson passed away at 3:17 a.m. on December 12th, 2023. Sarah was the one who gently closed his eyes and helped Rebecca make the necessary calls. Before leaving, she embraced Rebecca briefly. "You were a wonderful daughter to him," she said. "He told me so many times." The funeral was held 3 days later at St. Mark's Episcopal Church. Rebecca, moving through the fog of grief, looked for Sarah among the attendees but didn't see her. After the service, as friends and neighbors gathered at the house with casseroles and condolences, Rebecca realized she had never properly thanked the night nurse who had brought her father such comfort in his final days. The following Monday, Rebecca called Comfort Care Partners to inquire about sending a thank you card to Sarah. The office manager, Linda Pearson, pulled up Harold's file on her computer. "We only had one nurse assigned to your father's case," Linda said. "Martin Reeves. He reported directly to our nursing supervisor." "Yes, I know Martin," Rebecca replied, "but I'm asking about Sarah, the night nurse who was filling in when Martin couldn't make it." A pause followed, punctuated by the sound of computer keys clicking. "Ms. Lawson, we don't have anyone named Sarah on our staff," Linda said carefully, "and we don't have any record of a substitute nurse being assigned to your father's case." Rebecca felt a chill run through her body. That can't be right. She came at least 12 times over the past month and a half. She wore your agency's uniform and had an ID badge. "What was her last name?" Linda asked. I never caught it clearly," Rebecca admitted, "but she knew everything about my father's care. She administered his medications. Rebecca's voice trailed off as she remembered something strange. She always wore an old-fashioned nurse's cap. I thought it was just her preference." Linda promised to look into the matter and call Rebecca back. She never did. That night, unable to sleep, Rebecca found herself going through her father's medical records, looking for any mention of a night nurse named Sarah. There was nothing. All the official visit logs were signed by Martin. According to the paperwork, no one else from Comfort Care Partners had ever set foot in the house. The realization should have terrified her. Instead, Rebecca felt an odd sense of calm, remembering the peaceful expression on her father's face whenever Sarah was present. Still, she needed to know who had been in their home all those nights. Rebecca remembered the basement security camera her father had installed years ago after a series of break-ins in the neighborhood. Harold, always frugal, had kept the outdated system running long after newer technologies had replaced it. The camera covered the back entrance, which Sarah had sometimes used when arriving late in the evening. The system stored footage on an ancient desktop computer in the basement. Rebecca spent hours scrolling through the grainy black and white images, working backward from the date of her father's death. There she was, a slender figure in light-colored clothing, arriving at the back door on multiple evenings. The quality was poor, but there was no mistaking the distinctive nurse's cap. Rebecca felt a moment of vindication. Sarah was real, not a product of grief and exhaustion as she had begun to fear. But as she continued reviewing the footage, Rebecca noticed something disturbing. On several occasions, the timestamp showed Sarah arriving at the house when Rebecca distinctly remembered being away picking up prescriptions or grabbing takeout for dinner. Someone had been in the house alone with her father during those times. With growing unease, Rebecca contacted the local police. Officer James Thornton listened patiently to her story but seemed skeptical. "So this woman provided care for your father, didn't harm anyone, didn't take anything from the house, and then disappeared," he summarized. "And you're sure she wasn't authorized by the hospice agency?" "Yes," Rebecca insisted. "I have the security footage showing her coming to the house." Officer Thornton reviewed the grainy videos but pointed out that the footage didn't clearly show the woman's face. "Have you considered that this might have been an agency mix-up? Maybe she was from a different service." Rebecca had already checked with every home health service in the area. None had a record of sending anyone to care for Harold Lawson. As Officer Thornton was leaving, he paused at the front door. "Your father's medications, did any go missing during this time?" The question lingered with Rebecca long after the officer left. She inventoried her father's remaining prescriptions and reviewed his medication logs. Everything seemed to be accounted for. If anything, Harold had needed less pain medication during Sarah's visits, not more. A week later, Rebecca received a call from Detective Lisa Morales, who had been assigned to look into the case. "We've been asking around about your mystery nurse," Detective Morales said. "Something interesting came up. A woman matching your description of Sarah was reported by 3 other families in neighboring towns over the past 2 years. All cases involved terminally ill patients. All families reported exceptional, compassionate care. No one was harmed, and in all cases, the hospice agencies had no record of this woman." "Who is she?" Rebecca asked. "We don't know yet," Detective Morales admitted, "but we'd like you to look at some photographs." The next day, Rebecca sat in an interview room at the police station, flipping through a series of images. None of the faces belonged to Sarah. As she reached the end of the stack, Detective Morales placed one more photograph on the table. "This was taken at Millfield General Hospital in 1978, she explained. The black and white image showed a group of nursing staff standing in front of the hospital's main entrance. In the second row, slightly off-center, stood a young woman with delicate features, dark hair visible beneath a traditional nurse's cap. Rebecca's hand trembled as she pointed to the figure. "That's her, that's Sarah." Detective Morales nodded slowly. Her name was Sarah Winters. She worked in the palliative care unit at Millfield General for nearly 30 years. By all accounts, she had an extraordinary gift for easing the suffering of dying patients. "Was," Rebecca repeated. "Sarah Winters died in 2005, Detective Morales said quietly. She had no family, no children. According to her colleagues, nursing wasn't just her profession, it was her calling." Rebecca stared at the photograph, at the gentle eyes that had watched over her father in his final days. "I don't understand," she whispered. The case of the unregistered nurse remained officially open but inactive. No charges could be filed against a woman who apparently no longer existed. No crime had been committed, only acts of compassion that defied explanation. 6 months after Harold's death, Rebecca received a small package in the mail. It contained a vintage nurse's cap, yellowed with age, and a handwritten note on Millfield General Hospital stationery from decades earlier. Some of us aren't meant to stop caring, even when our time is done. He reminded me of my father. The handwriting matched the signature on a faded hospital document Detective Morales had shown her Sarah Winters' employment contract from 1975. Rebecca never told anyone about the package. She placed the cap in her father's memory box next to his reading glasses and favorite fountain pen. Some mysteries, she decided, weren't meant to be solved. Some comfort came from places beyond understanding. The security camera in the basement stopped working the day after she received the package. Rebecca never bothered to fix it. Crime 3, the small town of Millbrook, Pennsylvania, sat nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, the kind of place where strangers were noticed and neighbors knew the rhythm of each other's routines. For 28-year-old Elaine Mercer, this predictability was exactly what she had been searching for when she moved into the Oak Ridge apartments 8 months ago. Elaine had grown up in the chaos of Chicago, where her mother worked double shifts as a nurse, and her father drifted in and out of their lives between long-haul trucking jobs. The constant uncertainty of her childhood had fostered in her a deep craving for order and control. Her apartment in Millbrook, apartment 4B, represented everything she had worked for: stability, independence, and most importantly, peace. The building itself was unremarkable, a 3-story brick structure built in the 1970s, with 36 units arranged in a U-shape around a small courtyard. What had drawn Elaine to this particular apartment was its corner location on the top floor, with windows facing both east and north, allowing morning light to stream in while she sipped her coffee before heading to her job as an administrative assistant at the local community college. Every Sunday morning, Elaine followed the same ritual. She would wake at 7:15, brew coffee in her French press, water her collection of houseplants, and deep clean one area of her apartment. On the first Sunday of each month, that area was the heating and cooling system, dusting vents, replacing filters, and checking that everything was in working order. This consistency brought her comfort. It was a way of maintaining control over her environment when so much of life felt unpredictable. It was on one such Sunday in early October that Elaine's carefully constructed world began to unravel. The morning had started like any other. The autumn air was crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves through her cracked bedroom window. She had just finished her coffee when she moved to the hallway vent, kneeling down to unscrew the metal grate as she had done each month since moving in. The screws were always a bit stubborn, but this time one seemed particularly resistant. As she worked it loose, she noticed something unusual. The filter appeared to be bulging slightly, as if something had been wedged behind it. Curious, she pulled the filter out and reached into the duct. Her fingers brushed against something that crinkled: paper. Carefully she extracted what appeared to be a rolled-up document, secured with a rubber band that had grown brittle with age. The paper was yellowed at the edges, suggesting it had been there for some time. When she removed the band, the document unfurled to reveal a lease agreement for apartment 4B, her apartment. The date on the lease showed it had been signed 14 months ago, 6 months before Elaine had moved in. This in itself wasn't unusual. Apartments changed tenants. What caused her pulse to quicken was seeing her own name printed clearly as the primary tenant, alongside a second name that had been methodically blacked out with permanent marker. Elaine stared at the document, her breathing becoming shallow. She had never seen this lease before. The signature at the bottom, supposedly hers, bore a passing resemblance to her handwriting but contained subtle differences. The loops were tighter, the slant more pronounced. Someone had forged her signature. More disturbing still was the emergency contact information. The name listed was indeed Elaine's own mother, Margaret Mercer, with her correct phone number. But Elaine hadn't spoken to her mother in nearly 3 years, not since their final argument about Elaine's ex-fiancé, David. With trembling hands, Elaine flipped through the remaining pages of the lease. Attached was an addendum she'd never seen before, a pet agreement for a cat named Milo. Elaine was allergic to cats and had never owned one. The property manager's signature on the document belonged to someone named Thomas Blackwood, but the manager who had shown Elaine the apartment and processed her actual lease was a woman named Sandra Collins. Elaine sat back on her heels, the document lying open on her lap as questions swirled in her mind. How could there be a lease with her name on it predating her awareness of this apartment's existence? Who was the blacked-out second tenant? And why would someone go to the trouble of hiding this document inside an air vent? Her first instinct was to call the building management office, but it was Sunday, and they wouldn't open until the following morning. Instead, she photographed each page of the document with her phone, then carefully returned it to its hiding place. Something told her that whoever had hidden it might come looking for it, and she wanted to know who that might be. That night, sleep evaded Elaine. Every creak of the building, every distant door closing, seemed amplified. Had someone been in her apartment before her? Were they still somehow connected to this space? The questions looped endlessly in her mind. When morning finally came, Elaine called in sick to work, something she had never done before, and headed to the management office as soon as it opened. Sandra Collins was at the front desk, her gray hair pulled into a tight bun, reading glasses perched on the end of her nose. "Ms. Mercer, what can I do for you today?" Sandra asked, looking up from her computer. Elaine hesitated. Something made her reluctant to mention the hidden lice just yet. "I was wondering if you could tell me about the previous tenant in 4B. Sandra's expression shifted slightly, almost imperceptibly. "Let me check our records," she said, turning to her computer. After a moment she responded, "That would have been a Mr. James Wilson. Single occupant, lived there for about 6 months before relocating for work." "Just one tenant," Elaine pressed. "According to our records, yes. Why do you ask?" "I found some mail for someone else," Elaine lied. "I was wondering if I should forward it." "You can leave it with me," Sandra offered, extending her hand. "I left it at home. I'll bring it by later," Elaine said, then added casually, "By the way, has Thomas Blackwood been gone from the company long?" Sandra's fingers stilled on her keyboard. A beat of silence passed before she answered, "I'm not familiar with that name. Perhaps you're thinking of another property management company." Elaine thanked her and left, the knot in her stomach tightening. Sandra was lying. The reaction had been subtle but unmistakable. Over the next few days, Elaine began to notice things she had previously overlooked. The scratch marks on the inside of her front door, as if someone had once installed an additional lock. The way her next-door neighbor, Mr. Finch, always seemed to be entering or leaving his apartment when she did. The fact that occasionally, very late at night, she would hear what sounded like footsteps in the apartment above hers, apartment 5B. which Sandra had told her was vacant during the building tour. She began to research the building's history online and discovered that Thomas Blackwood had indeed worked for Oak Ridge Properties, but had left the company 18 months ago. The company's website made no mention of him, but an old newspaper article about a charity event included his photo. A tall man with a receding hairline and intense eyes that seemed to look directly at the camera, directly at Elaine. What troubled her most was discovering, through social media, that there was no record of a James Wilson having lived in Millbrook during the time frame Sandra had mentioned. In fact, when she casually asked other tenants about him, no one seemed to remember a man by that name living in apartment 4B. On the fifth night after finding the lease, Elaine was awakened at 2:17 a.m. by a soft scraping sound coming from her hallway. She lay perfectly still, listening. The sound came again, metal against metal, like someone unscrewing the vent cover. Elaine reached for her phone, ready to call 911, but stopped herself. What would she say? That someone was tampering with her air vent in the middle of the night, that she had found a mysterious lace with her name on it. It sounded paranoid even to her. Instead, she silently slipped out of bed and crept to her bedroom doorway. In the dim light filtering through her windows, she could make out a figure kneeling in front of the hallway vent, a woman, slender, with shoulder-length hair. The woman removed the vent cover and reached inside, her movements precise and practiced. When her hand emerged empty, she became very still. Then slowly, she turned her head toward Elaine's bedroom. Elaine ducked back, her heart pounding. She heard the soft click of the vent cover being replaced, followed by retreating footsteps and the barely audible sound of her front door opening and closing. Someone had a key to her apartment. The next morning, Elaine went straight to the local police station. Officer Daniel Hayes took her statement, his expression growing increasingly concerned as she recounted the events of the past week. When she showed him the photos of the lease on her phone, he studied them carefully. "The name that's been blacked out," he said. "Do you have any idea who it might be?" Elaine shook her head. "None. I've been trying to think if there's anyone who would do something like this, but I can't imagine who or why." Officer Hayes nodded thoughtfully. "What about your ex-fiancé? You mentioned a falling out with your mother over him." "David," Elaine considered this. "We broke up 3 years ago. He wanted to move to Seattle for a job opportunity, and I wanted to stay in Chicago. It was amicable enough." "Have you had any contact with him since then?" "A few text messages right after the breakup, but nothing in the last 2.5 years. He did move to Seattle as planned." A thought struck her. "But I don't see how he could be involved with this. He's never even been to Millbrook as far as I know." Officer Hayes made a note. "We'll look into this, Ms. Mercer. In the meantime, I recommend changing your locks immediately and perhaps installing a simple security camera inside your apartment." Elaine followed his advice, having a locksmith change her locks that afternoon and purchasing a small camera that she positioned to face the hallway vent. That night, she barely slept, watching the live feed on her phone, but no one appeared. 3 days later, Officer Hayes called with some information. The signature of Thomas Blackwood on the hidden lease did not match the signature on legal documents filed by the real Thomas Blackwood, who had indeed left Oak Ridge Properties 18 months ago and now lived in Philadelphia. More concerning was what he had learned about apartment 5B, the supposedly vacant unit above Elaine's. According to county records, it had been leased continuously for the past 2 years to a woman named Laura Fleming. We tried contacting Ms. Fleming, Officer Hayes explained, but the phone number on her lease is disconnected, and there's no record of her at that address with any utility companies. So who's living there? Elaine asked. That's what we'd like to find out. We're getting a warrant to inspect the apartment. The next day, Elaine received a call from Officer Hayes asking her to come to the station. When she arrived, he led her to a small conference room where several photographs were laid out on the table. These were taken inside apartment 5B, he said quietly. We'd like you to look at them and tell us if you recognize anything. The first few photos showed a sparsely furnished apartment, a couch, a coffee table, a bed with plain white linens. Nothing unusual, but the next photo made Elaine's blood run cold. On the wall of the bedroom was a large corkboard covered with photos of Elaine. Elaine entering her apartment building, Elaine at the grocery store, Elaine sitting at a cafe reading. There were dozens of them, spanning what appeared to be many months, some clearly taken before she had even moved to Millbrook. I don't understand, she whispered. There's more, Officer Hayes said, sliding another photo toward her. It showed a desk with neatly arranged items, a laptop, a notebook, and a stack of documents. On top was a photocopy of Elaine's actual lease, the one she had signed 8 months ago. Whoever was living in 5B has been watching you for some time, Ms. Mercer. They managed to get a copy of your real lease, possibly through someone at the management office. But why? Elaine asked, her voice barely audible. The final photo showed an open drawer containing several items, a wig matching Elaine's hair color and style, a set of keys, and a small notebook. Officer Hayes opened an evidence bag and removed the notebook, protected in a clear plastic sleeve. We found this in the apartment. I think you should see it. The notebook contained meticulous entries, dated over the past year, documenting Elaine's daily routines, her interactions, even conversations overheard through the floor. The handwriting was neat, precise, and vaguely familiar. As Elaine flipped through the pages, a loose photograph fell out, a picture of 2 young women, arms around each other, smiling at the camera. One was undeniably a younger Elaine, the other. That's Rachel, Elaine said, stunned. Rachel Winters. We were roommates in college for a semester before she transferred to another school. I haven't seen or thought about her in years. Officer Hayes nodded slowly. Rachel Winters is an alias. Her real name is Laura Fleming, the name on the lease for apartment 5B. The investigation revealed a disturbing pattern. Laura Fleming, born Rachel Carter, had been diagnosed with erotomania, a delusional disorder in which a person believes that another person is in love with them. She had fixated on Elaine during their brief time as college roommates, interpreting normal friendliness as deep attachment. When Elaine showed no romantic interest and then naturally drifted apart after Rachel transferred schools, Rachel's delusion morphed. She became convinced that external forces, specifically Elaine's then-boyfriend David, were keeping them apart. For years, Rachel had followed Elaine's life from a distance, moving wherever Elaine moved, always watching, waiting for the right moment to rescue her. When Elaine broke up with David and later expressed interest in moving somewhere quieter than Chicago, Rachel saw her opportunity. She arrived in Millbrook first, securing a job at Oak Ridge Properties under a false identity. She ensured that apartment 4B would become available just as Elaine was looking to relocate, and apartment 5B would be officially vacant but actually occupied by Rachel herself. The forged lease found in the vent had been Rachel's first attempt to create a paper trail showing that she and Elaine were meant to live together. When a legitimate opportunity arose for Elaine to rent the apartment on her own, Rachel abandoned that plan but kept the forged document as a kind of talisman. Rachel was eventually apprehended trying to cross state lines. In her possession were detailed plans for what she called our new life together, a remote cabin in the mountains of Colorado, registered in both their names, where she intended to take Elaine, willingly or not. For Elaine, the resolution brought little comfort. The carefully constructed sanctuary of her apartment no longer felt safe. The predictable routines that had once brought her peace now made her feel vulnerable, exposed. Even after moving to a new city, she found herself constantly checking air vents, looking over her shoulder, wondering if someone was watching. Because the most terrifying realization wasn't that a stranger had been observing her, it was that someone she had barely known, someone who had occupied such a small space in her memory, had built their entire existence around her for years without her ever noticing. In the stillness of night, in her new apartment with new locks and new security cameras, Elaine often found herself wondering, how well do we really know the people who pass through our lives, and how many of them continue to watch us long after we've forgotten them? Crime 4, Megan Dawson had always been meticulous about planning her solo trips. This 32-year-old elementary school teacher from Ridgefield, Connecticut, had a reputation among friends and family for being cautious to a fault. She checked hotel reviews obsessively, always told at least 3 people her whereabouts, and never deviated from her carefully constructed itineraries. Some might have called it paranoia. Megan preferred to think of it as preparedness. It was early October 2022 when Megan decided she needed a weekend away to decompress. The first month back to school had been particularly challenging with her new class of 3rd graders. Her sister Lauren would later recall how exhausted Megan had sounded during their weekly Sunday phone call. She just needed a break, Lauren would tell detectives, her voice barely audible. That's all it was supposed to be, just a simple break. Megan chose the Lakeside Inn in the small town of Millfield, Massachusetts, about a 2-hour drive from her apartment. The quaint Victorian-style hotel overlooking Crescent Lake had excellent reviews online, 4.7 stars with over 300 positive comments. It was described as charming, peaceful, and the perfect weekend getaway. One review that Megan had screenshotted and sent to her sister mentioned their heavenly pancakes served every morning with local maple syrup. She arrived at the Lakeside Inn on Friday, October 14th, checking in just after 3 p.m. The front desk clerk, Diane Morley, would later describe Megan as pleasant but tired-looking when she handed over the key to room 318. Security footage showed Megan wheeling her small suitcase toward the elevator, stopping briefly to admire a painting in the lobby. Nothing about this moment suggested anything out of the ordinary. Megan's room was on the 3rd floor at the end of a long, carpeted hallway. Room 318 was spacious by hotel standards, with a queen-sized bed, antique writing desk, and large windows overlooking the lake. By all accounts, the room appeared perfectly normal. Megan sent a text to her sister with a photo of the view. Made it, going to take a nap and then explore the town. Place as cute as promised. That was the last normal communication anyone would receive from Megan Dawson. According to her credit card records, Megan had dinner alone at a small Italian restaurant in town around 7 p.m. The server remembered her ordering the wild mushroom risotto and a glass of Pinot Noir. She was reading a book, the server told police. Seemed totally relaxed, maybe a little quiet, but nothing unusual. Megan returned to the hotel shortly after 9 p.m. Security footage showed her entering through the main doors, exchanging a brief smile with the night manager, and heading to the elevator. She was carrying a small paper bag from a local bookstore. This would be the last time Megan was captured on any security camera. At 11:43 p.m., Lauren received a text from her sister's phone. "Something's wrong with my room." Just 2 minutes later, another text. "There are scratches on the ceiling, deep ones, like someone was clawing to get out." Lauren immediately called Megan, but there was no answer. She tried 3 more times before receiving another text at 11:52 p.m. Above the headboard, tiny writing. It says, "Don't fall asleep under her." What does that mean? Growing increasingly concerned, Lauren called the hotel's front desk. The night manager, Thomas Weber, agreed to check on the guest in room 318. His body camera, standard equipment for night staff at the lakeside in following a series of thefts the previous year, recorded what happened next. The footage shows Weber knocking on the door 3 times, announcing himself as hotel management. After receiving no response, he uses his master key to open the door. The room appears empty at first glance. The bed is unmade but unoccupied. Megan's suitcase sits open on the luggage rack, clothes neatly folded inside. Her phone is on the nightstand, plugged into a charger. Weber calls out again, checking the bathroom, which is also empty. The shower is dry. A toiletry bag sits on the counter, untouched. As Weber turns to leave, his camera briefly pans upward, capturing the ceiling above the bed. The footage is grainy, but investigators would later confirm what appears to be a series of long, irregular marks across the white plaster. Whether they were scratches, as Megan had described, remains a matter of debate. What isn't captured in Weber's footage, but what he reported immediately to police, was the small, nearly illegible writing above the headboard. Crime scene photographers would later document these markings, which did indeed spell out the phrase, "Don't fall asleep under her." The writing appeared to have been etched into the wall with something sharp, possibly a needle or pin, and was only visible when illuminated from a certain angle. By the time police arrived at the Lakeside Inn, it was nearly 1 a.m. on Saturday, October 15th. A thorough search of the premises yielded no sign of Megan Dawson. Her car remained in the parking lot. Her wallet, containing $87 in cash and 3 credit cards, was still in her purse, which had been left hanging on the back of the desk chair. The only items missing appeared to be the clothes she had been wearing that evening and her room key. Detective Sarah Holloway, the lead investigator assigned to the case, initially treated Megan's disappearance as potentially voluntary. "Sometimes people just need to walk away," she told reporters at a press conference 3 days after Megan vanished. "We're keeping all possibilities open." But as the investigation deepened, troubling details emerged. The scratches on the ceiling of room 318 appeared to be relatively fresh, according to forensic analysis. They had been made within the previous 2 weeks. More disturbing was the discovery that similar scratches had been documented in the same room twice before, once in June 2020 and again in February 2022. In both instances, the guests had requested room changes, citing weird noises and feeling uncomfortable. The writing above the headboard was newer, having been added sometime within the 3 days before Megan's stay, according to the hotel's housekeeping records. No previous mention of such writing had ever been reported. Hotel records revealed that room 318 had been occupied by 17 different guests in the month leading up to Megan's stay. Police interviewed each one, finding nothing unusual except for one woman who mentioned having strange dreams during her night there. When pressed for details, she described dreaming of being pinned to the bed by a weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. The case took an even more puzzling turn when investigators discovered that exactly 5 years earlier, in October 2017, another woman had disappeared from the Lakeside Inn. Caroline Bennett, a 43-year-old pharmaceutical sales representative, had checked into room 212 and vanished without a trace. Her case had never been solved, though police had ultimately classified it as a probable suicide, as Bennett had recently been diagnosed with late-stage cancer and had left what appeared to be a goodbye note for her brother. The connection seemed tenuous at best, except for one detail that had never been released to the public. Caroline Bennett had changed rooms during her stay, having initially been assigned to room 318. According to hotel records, she had requested the change after complaining about scratching noises in the ceiling. As weeks turned into months, the search for Megan Dawson continued without success. Ground searches of the surrounding woods, dragging operations in Crescent Lake, and extensive canvassing of the town produced no leads. Her bank accounts remained untouched. Her social media accounts showed no activity. It was as if she had simply vanished. In December 2022, nearly 2 months after Megan's disappearance, room 318 was reopened after extensive renovations, including replacing the ceiling and repainting the walls. The hotel management, while cooperative with the investigation, insisted there was nothing supernatural or unusual about the room. They attributed the scratches to ordinary structural settling of the old building and suggested the writing was most likely the work of a prankster, possibly a former employee with access to master keys. Then in February 2023 came the discovery that briefly reignited public interest in the case. A hiker found a woman's blue cardigan sweater tangled in branches near the shoreline of Crescent Lake, about a half-mile from the hotel. Megan's sister identified it as belonging to her sister, the same one she had been wearing in the security footage from the night she disappeared. Forensic examination of the sweater revealed traces of the hotel's laundry detergent and a single long blonde hair that matched Megan's DNA. More puzzling were the small tears in the fabric, which analysts described as consistent with catching on sharp objects or possibly claw marks from a medium-sized animal. To this day, the disappearance of Megan Dawson remains unsolved. Room 318 at the Lakeside Inn continues to be rented out to guests, though hotel staff acknowledge that requests for that specific room have increased since the story gained national attention. Some come out of morbid curiosity, others with paranormal investigation equipment. Lauren Dawson still visits Millfield every October, staying at a different hotel across town. She walks the shores of Crescent Lake, hoping for answers that may never come. She has established a small foundation in her sister's name that provides safety education for solo travelers. Detective Holloway, who remains assigned to the case despite its inactive status, keeps a photograph of the scratched ceiling on her desk. Sometimes, she told a documentary filmmaker in 2024, I find myself staring at those marks, trying to see a pattern. Were they made by someone trying to get out, or by something trying to get in? As for the writing above the headboard, don't fall asleep under her. Its meaning continues to elude investigators. Hotel records show no female guest had stayed in the room directly above 318 during the relevant time frame. In fact, room 418 had been out of service for plumbing repairs. The only person who might know what those words meant was Megan Dawson herself, whose final message to her sister remains as haunting as the scratches on the ceiling. I think I hear her coming. Crime 5. Rebecca Halston was particular about her space. Friends would often comment that her two-bedroom apartment in Oak Ridge, Vermont was meticulously organized, books arranged by color, kitchen utensils in perfect alignment, and photo frames positioned at precise angles. This wasn't just a preference, it was a necessity for Rebecca's peace of mind. The 32-year-old librarian found comfort in order, a trait she had developed during a chaotic childhood with parents who moved too frequently and argued too loudly. Each night, Rebecca followed the same routine: herbal tea at 9:15, journaling at 9:30, and lights out by 10:00. Her colleagues at the Oak Ridge Public Library knew her as reliable, if somewhat reserved, the kind of person whose absence would be immediately noticed. Rebecca wasn't one to break patterns or deviate from schedules, which is why on the morning of October 14, 2019, when she didn't arrive to open the library, something was undeniably wrong. That same morning, a package arrived at the home of Rebecca's sister, Emily Halston Keyes, who lived 40 minutes away in Burlington. The padded envelope contained no note, just a disposable camera, the kind that had become nearly obsolete with the rise of digital photography. It was damaged with a cracked casing and bent flash. Emily would later tell investigators that she initially thought it was something Rebecca had found at an estate sale. Her sister had a fondness for vintage items. Emily took the camera to a local photo shop. Only one image could be salvaged and developed. The shop owner noted that the camera's mechanism was jammed, likely from impact, and most of the film had been exposed to light. But that single surviving photograph would become the centerpiece of an investigation that would consume the Oak Ridge community for years to come. The photograph showed a blurry figure standing at the foot of what was unmistakably Rebecca's bed. The image was grainy, taken in low light, but clear enough to reveal an adult-sized silhouette. Rebecca wasn't visible in the frame. When Emily examined the photograph more closely, she noticed something that sent a chill through her body. The figure appeared to be holding another photograph. Though small in the frame, it was just clear enough to see that this second photo showed Rebecca sleeping and bore a date stamp in the corner. October 13, 2019, the day before she disappeared. Detective Marcus Renner was assigned to Rebecca's case when the library reported her missing. At first, it seemed straightforward: a single woman living alone, possibly left town without telling anyone. But Rebecca's apartment told a different story. Her tea mug sat on the kitchen counter, half full and cold. Her journal lay open on her bedside table, the entry from October 13th incomplete, ending mid-sentence. "I've been hearing strange sounds at night, like someone moving in the apartment next door, but Mrs. Winters said no one has moved in yet. I'm starting to wonder if..." The apartment showed no signs of forced entry. Nothing appeared to be stolen. Rebecca's car was still in its designated parking spot. Her phone was charging by her bed. The only thing that seemed out of place was a small rectangular impression in the dust on her bookshelf, the size of a disposable camera. When Detective Renner interviewed neighbors, an unsettling pattern emerged. 3 residents of Rebecca's building reported seeing an unfamiliar man in the hallways during the previous week. They described him as average height, wearing dark clothing, but none could recall distinct facial features. Mrs. Winters, the elderly woman living below Rebecca, mentioned hearing footsteps in Rebecca's apartment at unusual hours, sometimes at 3 or 4 in the morning, despite knowing that Rebecca rarely stayed up past 10:00 p.m. "I thought maybe she had a boyfriend staying over," Mrs. Winters told Detective Renner, "but she wasn't the type, too private for that sort of thing." The investigation gained momentum when the photograph from the disposable camera was analyzed by forensic technicians. The photo of Rebecca sleeping that the figure held appeared to have been taken several days, perhaps even weeks, before her disappearance. This suggested a disturbing possibility. Someone had been entering Rebecca's apartment while she slept, photographing her and leaving without a trace, potentially for an extended period of time. A search of Rebecca's journal revealed subtle indications that she had sensed something amiss. Entries from the previous month mentioned objects that seemed to have been moved slightly, unexplained sounds at night, and a persistent feeling of being watched. On September 28th, she wrote, "Found another one of my hair clips on the bathroom floor this morning. I'm certain I put it in the drawer last night. I'm starting to think I'm losing my mind." The case took an unexpected turn when Emily received another package 2 weeks after Rebecca's disappearance. This one contained a single photograph, not in an envelope but taped to a blank postcard. The image showed Rebecca's empty bed, sheets disturbed, with the time stamp reading 3:17 a.m. October 14, the night she vanished. The postmark on the card was from a town over 200 miles away. Detective Renner expanded the investigation, coordinating with police departments across 3 states. Security footage from stores selling disposable cameras was reviewed. Cell tower data was analyzed. Rebecca's digital footprint was traced through emails, library records, and online purchases. Each lead seemed promising initially, but ultimately led nowhere. 3 months into the investigation, police discovered that 5 other women across the Northeast had received similar packages containing damaged disposable cameras in the past year. 3 of these women had subsequently disappeared. The other 2 had reported break-ins where nothing appeared to be stolen. In each case, a single photograph had been salvaged from the cameras, each showing a blurry figure at the foot of a bed, holding another photograph. The FBI became involved, designating the case as potentially linked to a serial offender they nicknamed the photographer. Behavioral analysts suggested the perpetrator was likely male, between 30-45 years old, employed in a profession that gave him access to residential buildings, perhaps a maintenance worker, delivery person, or security guard. In April 2020, 6 months after Rebecca's disappearance, a maintenance worker at an abandoned warehouse in Concord, New Hampshire, discovered a hidden room containing hundreds of photographs pinned to the walls. All were similar, figures standing at the foot of beds, each holding other photographs. Police found camera equipment, developing chemicals, and a journal containing dates, times, and addresses, including Rebecca's. But when officers raided the location, it had been recently vacated. Whoever had used the space had left in haste, taking most evidence with them but leaving behind the wall of photographs. Fingerprints found at the scene didn't match any in the database. DNA samples were similarly inconclusive. In a cruel twist that haunts Emily to this day, her doorbell camera captured footage of someone approaching her house on the 1-year anniversary of Rebecca's disappearance. The figure, obscured by a hoodie and the camera's low-quality nighttime recording, left a small package on her doorstep before disappearing into the darkness. Inside was another disposable camera, broken just like the first. This time, when developed, the single salvageable photograph showed an empty chair in what appeared to be a basement or cellar. On the wall behind the chair hung a familiar item, Rebecca's favorite sweater, the one she had presumably been wearing the night she vanished. To this day, Rebecca Halston remains missing. Detective Renner, though officially reassigned, continues to work the case in his free time. Emily has moved twice since receiving the last camera, but still maintains Rebecca's apartment exactly as it was, hoping for her return. The FBI has linked the photographer to 7 disappearances across 4 states, but the trail has gone cold. The photos continue to be analyzed, the warehouse continues to yield microscopic evidence, and every few months a new lead emerges, only to fade away just as quickly. Some nights in the quiet hours before dawn, Emily wakes suddenly, convinced she heard the click of a camera shutter in the darkness. She lies perfectly still, listening, wondering if someone is standing at the foot of her bed, capturing her image while she sleeps, wondering if someday her photograph too will be held in the hands of a blurry figure, preserved on the last frame of a broken camera. Crime 6. In the quiet town of Millfield, Massachusetts, there was a house that everyone knew but nobody spoke about. Standing at the end of Oak Ridge Lane, the Victorian structure with its peeling gray paint and untamed garden had been empty for almost 3 years. The previous owners, the Caldwell family, had left suddenly in the winter of 2019, leaving behind whispers and questions that drifted through the neighborhood like autumn leaves. Elaine Harrison, a 34-year-old real estate photographer, had always been drawn to abandoned places. Growing up with a father who worked in historical preservation, she developed an eye for the stories hidden in empty rooms and forgotten corners. Her Instagram account, Beautiful Decay, had nearly 50,000 followers who appreciated her ability to capture the haunting dignity of places left behind. On a crisp October morning in 2022, Elaine arrived at the Caldwell house with her camera bag slung over her shoulder. The local realty company had finally acquired the property and hired her to document it before renovation work began. The realtor had given her the keys with an apologetic smile, mentioning that the electricity had been reconnected but warning that the place had a feel to it. Elaine was no stranger to that feel. Empty houses carried emotional residue, she always thought. The lingering echo of arguments, celebrations, whispered secrets all absorbed into the walls like invisible smoke. As she stepped onto the creaking porch, she noticed the mailbox still had Caldwell written on it in faded lettering. She remembered seeing the family occasionally around town, Robert and Diane Caldwell with their daughter, whose name Elaine couldn't recall. A quiet family that kept to themselves. Inside, the house was surprisingly intact. Dust covered the surfaces and water damage stained one corner of the living room ceiling, but there was no sign of the vandalism that often plagued abandoned properties. Elaine worked methodically, moving from room to room, capturing the diamond-patterned wallpaper in the dining room, the vintage fixtures in the bathroom, the way sunlight spilled through the unwashed windows creating patterns on the wooden floors. The master bedroom was sparse. The Caldwells had taken most of their furniture when they left. A built-in bookcase stood empty except for a few paperbacks with cracked spines. In the daughter's room, faint outlines on the lavender walls showed where posters had once hung. Elaine noticed pencil marks on the doorframe height measurements that stopped at Lily 8 years old. It was on the second-floor landing that Elaine first felt something odd. A narrow corridor led to what appeared to be a storage room, and unlike the rest of the house, this door was shut tight. When she tried the handle, it didn't budge. Looking closer, she noticed something unusual. A heavy-duty padlock secured the door from the outside. Why would anyone lock a closet from the outside? Using the master key the realtor had provided, Elaine managed to open the padlock after several attempts. The door opened with a drawn-out creak that seemed unnaturally loud in the empty house. The smell hit her first stale air with a faint chemical undertone, like cleaning products that had long since dried but left their signature. The room was small, maybe 8 by 10 feet, with a single window covered by heavy blackout curtains. There was almost nothing inside except for an armchair, an old wingback model with worn fabric positioned to face the blank wall. Not the window, not the door, just the wall. Elaine moved closer, her camera forgotten at her side. The chair seemed out of place, too deliberate in its positioning. On the wooden arm, she noticed scratches that formed words. Leaning in, she read the message that had been carved with something sharp. Not again. A chill ran through her as she noticed one final detail: a baby monitor, the parent unit, still plugged into an outlet in the corner of the room. Its power light glowed a steady red, indicating it was still functioning, still listening for sounds from a paired device somewhere else. 3 years. The house had been empty for 3 years, yet someone had paid to keep the electricity running. Elaine stepped back, suddenly aware of her quickening heartbeat. As a photographer, she was trained to observe, to notice the small details that told larger stories. But some stories, she was beginning to realize, weren't meant to be uncovered. She left the house earlier than planned that day, her work only half completed. That evening, she mentioned the strange closet to her boyfriend, Mark Daniels, a detective with the Millfield Police Department. She expected him to dismiss her concerns, but instead, his expression changed as soon as she mentioned the Caldwell house. "You were inside the Caldwell place?" he asked, setting down his fork. "The one on Oak Ridge?" "Yes," Elaine replied, suddenly uneasy at his reaction. "Do you know something about it?" Mark was quiet for a moment. There was always something odd about how they left. Robert Caldwell withdrew their daughter from school without notice. Diane quit her nursing job at the hospital. Within a week, they were gone. No forwarding address, no goodbye to neighbors. "That happens sometimes," Elaine suggested. "People want a fresh start." "Sure," Mark agreed, "but people don't usually leave behind prescription medications, family photos, or a child's therapy appointments marked on a calendar." The next day, Mark accompanied Elaine back to the house. He was off duty, and this wasn't an official investigation, but his professional instincts were clearly engaged. They went straight to the locked closet. "This doesn't make sense," Mark said as he examined the room. "Why would someone position a chair like this and keep power running to a baby monitor for years?" As Mark inspected the chair more closely, Elaine wandered to the adjacent bathroom. Opening the medicine cabinet, she found it empty except for a single prescription bottle pushed to the back. The label read Lily Caldwell and listed a medication Elaine didn't recognize. "Mark," she called, "there's a prescription here." Mark examined the bottle, his expression darkening. "This is risperidone. It's used to treat schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, sometimes severe behavioral issues in children." He pulled out his phone and made a call to a colleague at the station. After a brief conversation filled with police terminology Elaine didn't follow, he hung up and turned to her. Diane Caldwell filed 3 police reports in 2018 and 2019. All of them were about hearing voices in the house when no one was there. The officers who responded wrote it off as pipes settling or neighbors' voices carrying through the walls. Elaine felt the pieces starting to connect, forming a picture she wasn't sure she wanted to see. "The baby monitor," she said quietly. "You think they were hearing voices through it." Over the next week, what began as curiosity evolved into an unofficial investigation. Mark discovered that Lily Caldwell had been diagnosed with severe behavioral issues at age 7. School records showed concerning incidents, violent outbursts, periods of complete silence, and stories about friends no one else could see. Diane Caldwell's co-workers at the hospital remembered her growing increasingly distressed in the months before the family's departure. She had taken to sleeping at the hospital during breaks, claiming she couldn't rest at home because the house never stops whispering. The most disturbing discovery came from the Caldwells' former neighbor, an elderly woman named Mrs. Peterson. She recalled hearing Robert and Diane arguing late one night in their driveway. Diane was crying, Mrs. Peterson told Mark and Elaine over tea in her cluttered living room. She kept saying, "It's happening again," and Robert was trying to calm her down. When I asked about it the next day, Diane just said that Lily was going through a difficult phase. Mrs. Peterson paused, her wrinkled hands wrapping tightly around her teacup. The strange thing was what she said next. She told me, "Sometimes I think it's not Lily at all. Sometimes I think it's the house choosing her." 3 days later, the real estate company began renovations on the Caldwell house. The locked closet was converted into additional bathroom space, the walls torn down, the chair removed and discarded. Elaine's photographs became the only record of what had been there. The Caldwell family was never located. Bank records showed they had withdrawn their savings before disappearing. Their car had been discovered at a long-term parking lot near Logan Airport in Boston, but no flight records matched their names. Months passed. The renovated house on Oak Ridge Lane sold quickly to a young couple from New York City looking for a quieter life in small-town Massachusetts. Elaine occasionally drove past, noting the new curtains in the windows, the carefully tended garden, the tricycle left on the front lawn, signs of life returning to the property. In May 2023, Elaine received an email from a real estate agent in Santa Fe, New Mexico. They had found her contact information on a business card tucked inside a library book donated to a local shelter. The message was brief but sent a chill through her body. Robert and Diane Caldwell purchased a property here last year. They asked for recommendations for child psychologists in the area. When I mentioned your card, Mrs. Caldwell became upset and said they needed to move again. They left the following day. The house they vacated has a locked room on the second floor. Inside is an armchair facing the wall. To this day, the whereabouts of the Caldwell family remain unknown. And sometimes, late at night, residents of Millfield driving past the renovated house on Oak Ridge Lane report seeing a light in the upstairs window where the locked closet used to be switching on and off, as if someone is sending a signal. Or perhaps, as Diane Caldwell feared, it's the house itself, patiently waiting for its next chosen one. Crime 7. The morning light filtered through the half-drawn blinds of Sarah Wheeler's kitchen, casting long shadows across the worn linoleum floor. It was 7:15 a.m. on a Tuesday in October 2017, and Sarah was preparing breakfast for her 2 children as she did every weekday morning. Scrambled eggs for Lily, cereal with sliced bananas for Max. The coffee maker gurgled in the background, a sound that had become as familiar to Sarah as her own heartbeat. Sarah had lived in Millfield, Pennsylvania for nearly all of her 42 years. The small town of just under 15,000 residents nestled in the rolling hills of Chester County was the kind of place where people still left their doors unlocked at night, where the local diner knew your order before you sat down, where high school football games were community events that emptied the neighborhoods on Friday nights. Friends and family described Sarah as methodical, reliable. The elementary school where she worked as a secretary valued her punctuality and attention to detail. She was, by all accounts, a creature of habit. Sarah never missed a day of work without calling in. Her colleague Diane Fulton would later tell investigators. She organized the office Christmas party every year, remembered everyone's birthdays. She was our rock. So when Sarah didn't show up for work on Wednesday, October 18th, and didn't call in sick, Diane felt a flutter of concern in her chest. She called Sarah's cell phone at 9:30 a.m. It went straight to voicemail. She called again at 10:15, same result. By noon, Diane had called Sarah's home phone 3 times. Each call was met with the mechanical voice of an answering machine. She called Sarah's sister, Rebecca, who lived one town over. "I haven't heard from her since Monday," Rebecca said, her voice tightening. "But that's not unusual. We usually catch up on weekends." Still, something felt wrong. Rebecca called Sarah's ex-husband, who confirmed he had the children for the week as part of their custody arrangement. He had dropped them at school that morning and hadn't spoken to Sarah in days. By 4:00 p.m., Rebecca drove to her sister's house on Oakwood Lane, a quiet street lined with modest 2-story homes and mature maple trees that had just begun to turn golden with the season. Sarah's dark blue Honda Civic was parked in the driveway, exactly where it always was. The front door was locked, unusual for Sarah during daytime hours. Rebecca used her spare key and called out as she stepped inside. "Sarah, are you home, Sarah?" The house was silent except for the gentle hum of the refrigerator. Nothing seemed out of place in the living room. A half-empty cup of tea sat on the coffee table. A thin film formed on its surface. The morning newspaper from Tuesday was spread open to the local news section. Rebecca moved through the house, calling her sister's name with increasing urgency. The kitchen was tidy, dishes drying in the rack. The bedrooms were undisturbed. Sarah's purse sat on the small table by the front door, her wallet and keys still inside. There was no sign of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle, just the unsettling presence of normality disrupted by absence. Rebecca called the police at 4:37 p.m. Officer James Townsend was the first to respond to the call. His report noted that everything in the home appeared ordinary except for one detail that caused a cold sensation to creep up his spine. Sarah's cell phone was on her bedside table, plugged into its charger. Sarah was known to keep her phone with her at all times, especially since her divorce 2 years earlier. It was like she just vanished in the middle of her routine, Officer Townsend would later say, like someone had pressed pause on her life. The initial investigation revealed few leads. Neighbors reported nothing unusual on Tuesday morning. Mrs. Alina Jenkins, an elderly woman who lived across the street and spent most of her days watching the neighborhood from her front window, recalled seeing Sarah retrieving her mail at approximately 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday. "She waved to me just like she always did," Mrs. Jenkins said. "Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. She was wearing her blue cardigan, the one with the little pearl buttons. Her hair was up in that twist she always wore for work." What happened after Sarah collected her mail remains one of the most puzzling aspects of the case. Detective Marcus Rivera took over the investigation on Thursday morning, 50 hours after Sarah was last seen. His team performed a more thorough examination of the house and surrounding property. They found Sarah's reading glasses on the back porch, alongside an open book turned face down on the cushion of her wicker chair. A single partial fingerprint not matching Sarah's was found on the back door handle. It was never identified. The contents of Sarah's mailbox from Tuesday morning became a point of interest. According to the postal carrier, she had delivered only routine items: a telephone bill, a supermarket flyer, and a white envelope with no return address. This last item was missing from the house. Neither the bill nor the flyer could be located during the search, suggesting Sarah had brought in her mail but disposed of it somewhere investigators couldn't find. As days passed without any sign of Sarah, Detective Rivera began to build a timeline and explore her personal connections. Sarah's ex-husband, David Wheeler, had a solid alibi for Tuesday morning. Security footage showed him dropping the children at school and then going directly to the construction site where he worked as a foreman. Multiple coworkers confirmed his presence throughout the day. Friends described Sarah's relationship with David as amicable but distant. Their divorce had been relatively straightforward, with both parties agreeing to terms without excessive conflict. Financial records showed no unusual activity in Sarah's accounts. Her last transaction was a $42.17 purchase at the local grocery store on Monday evening. The investigation widened to include Sarah's broader social circle. One name kept surfacing in conversations with friends and family: Michael Delaney, a high school sweetheart who had reconnected with Sarah 6 months earlier via social media. According to Sarah's sister, the relationship had been brief but intense. She broke it off in August, Rebecca told Detective Rivera. He didn't take it well, kept sending her messages, showing up at places she frequented. Nothing threatening, just persistent. Michael Delaney lived in Harrisburg, nearly 2 hours away. Records confirmed he had taken a personal day from his accounting job on Tuesday, October 18th. When questioned, he claimed to have spent the day at home, nursing a cold. He had no witnesses to verify his whereabouts. I cared about Sarah, he told investigators, his voice steady but his fingers constantly adjusting and readjusting his watch band. But I respected her decision. I wouldn't hurt her. Cell phone records showed no calls between Sarah and Michael for over a month. However, a single text message was sent from his phone to hers at 7:42 a.m. on Tuesday. "We need to talk, please." Sarah never replied. The investigation took an unexpected turn 3 weeks after Sarah's disappearance when Mrs. Jenkins, the elderly neighbor, provided new information. While organizing her crafting supplies, she found a slip of paper where she had noted the license plate of an unfamiliar car parked on Oakwood Lane on the morning of October 18th. "I've always been nosy about strange cars," she admitted. "Old habits from when my children were young." The plate belonged to a rental car from an agency in Harrisburg. Records showed it had been rented by Michael Delaney on Monday, October 17th, and returned late Tuesday evening. When confronted with this information, Michael's calm demeanor cracked. "Okay, I drove to see her," he admitted, "but she was fine when I left. She was fine." According to his revised statement, Michael arrived at Sarah's house around 9:00 a.m. after seeing her collect her mail. They spoke for approximately 20 minutes on her back porch. The conversation was tense but not hostile. He claimed Sarah had asked him to leave and promised to call him later in the week to finally resolve things. He said he drove back to Harrisburg immediately afterward. A strand of long brown hair matching Sarah's was found in the rental car. Michael explained it could have gotten there when he hugged her goodbye, a detail he hadn't mentioned in his initial statement. Meanwhile, another aspect of the investigation focused on the missing white envelope with no return address. Mail carriers confirmed such envelopes were common enough, often containing personal correspondence, cards, or small local business advertisements. The case stalled as winter settled over Millfield. Sarah's children moved in permanently with their father. who relocated to a new house closer to Rebecca so she could remain a constant presence in their lives. The elementary school held a candlelight vigil in December. Sarah's desk remained untouched, a small framed photograph of her children, the only personal item visible. In January 2018, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A hiker in Ridley Creek State Park, about 12 miles from Sarah's home, found a weathered white envelope stuck between rocks near a small waterfall. Inside was a birthday card with handwriting later confirmed to be Michael Delaney's. The message read, "Some connections can't be broken, not by time, not by distance, not by other people. We belong together, always." The birthday card was dated October 18th, the day Sarah disappeared. It wasn't her birthday. Soil samples from Michael's rental car matched the distinctive composition found near the waterfall. Cell tower data, finally obtained through a lengthy legal process, placed his phone in the vicinity of the park at 11:23 a.m. on October 18th, contradicting his statement about returning directly to Harrisburg. When police arrived at Michael's apartment to question him again, they found it empty. Neighbors reported he had packed a single suitcase and left 3 days earlier, telling them he was going to visit family out west. Michael Delaney's credit card was last used at a gas station in Nevada. His cell phone was deactivated. He seemingly vanished into the vast American landscape. Sarah Wheeler was legally declared dead in 2023, though her body has never been found. The waterfall where the card was discovered has been searched extensively multiple times, along with miles of surrounding woodland, but no further evidence has emerged. On quiet nights, residents of Oakwood Lane sometimes report seeing lights moving in Sarah's former home, though it has remained unoccupied. The current owners of the property, who purchased it from Sarah's ex-husband in 2019, dismiss these stories as neighborhood folklore born from unresolved grief. The children, now teenagers, rarely speak of their mother, but every year on October 18th, they leave flowers at the waterfall in Ridley Creek State Park. And sometimes, sitting silently by the rushing water, they imagine they can hear whispers beneath the constant flow, secrets carried away by the current, truths that may never surface. The case of Sarah Wheeler remains officially open. A faded photograph of her smiling face still hangs in the Millfield Police Department, next to others whose stories remain unfinished. Detective Rivera, now retired, still drives by the house on Oakwood Lane occasionally, slowing his car as he passes, watching, wondering what happened during those unaccounted hours on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday morning. And somewhere, perhaps, Michael Delaney knows the answer to the question that continues to echo through the small Pennsylvania town. What happened to Sarah Wheeler? The silence offers no reply. Crime 8, the spare bedroom was empty except for a single wooden chair bolted to the floor. Around it, the floorboards were worn in a perfect circle. Taped beneath the seat was a cassette, play only if you hear her voice. This was the scene that greeted Detective Miranda Reeves when she entered the modest 2-story home at 1422 Willow Creek Lane in the small town of Pine Haven, Massachusetts. It was October 17, 2018, exactly 2 years after local librarian Eliza Warren had disappeared without a trace. Eliza had been 34 when she vanished. She lived alone in the pale blue house with white trim that her grandparents had left her. Neighbors described her as quiet but kind, always ready with a book recommendation or a gentle smile. She had worked at the Pine Haven Public Library for 11 years, cataloging books and organizing reading programs for local children. Every morning she would walk to Meredith's cafe for a cup of Earl Grey tea before opening the library at 9. But on October 17, 2016, Eliza never arrived at the cafe. She never made it to the library either. When she didn't show up for work, her colleague Sarah Thompson called her cell phone. No answer. By noon, Sarah had called Eliza's brother Daniel, who lived an hour away in Boston. By 3 in the afternoon, Daniel was standing in his sister's living room, filing a missing persons report with Officer James Keating. The initial investigation revealed nothing unusual. Eliza's purse and phone were missing, suggesting she had left the house voluntarily. Her car remained in the driveway. The doors were locked, and there were no signs of forced entry or struggle. A half-empty cup of tea sat on her bedside table. Her bed was made with hospital corners, the way she always did it. She wouldn't just leave, Daniel insisted to anyone who would listen. Something happened to her. As days turned into weeks, the case gradually cooled. Eliza's face adorned missing person posters throughout town. The local newspaper ran a story about her disappearance, but as one season gave way to another, fewer people mentioned her name. Detective Reeves had been assigned to the cold case unit 8 months after Eliza's disappearance. Something about the woman's case had caught her attention. The detective found herself returning to the file, reading and rereading witness statements, examining photographs of Eliza's home. There was nothing there, her supervisor reminded her. No evidence, no suspects, nothing. But Reeves couldn't let it go. She began visiting places Eliza had frequented, the library, the cafe, the walking path around Pinehaven Lake. She interviewed neighbors again, asking different questions this time. Had they noticed any changes in Eliza's routine in the weeks before she disappeared? Had she mentioned any new friends or acquaintances? Most responses were negative, but Mrs. Abernathy, an elderly woman who lived across the street, mentioned something curious. About 2 weeks before she vanished, I saw Eliza talking to a man on her porch. I remember because it was unusual. She rarely had visitors, especially men. "Can you describe him?" Reeves asked. "Tall, wearing a dark coat. I'm sorry, dear, my eyesight isn't what it used to be, but I do remember thinking he seemed familiar to her, not a stranger. They spoke for a long time." This small detail led Reeves to examine Eliza's phone records more carefully. In the month before her disappearance, she had received several calls from a number that wasn't in her contacts. The calls were short, most lasting less than a minute. The number belonged to a prepaid phone that had been activated 2 months before Eliza vanished and deactivated 3 days after. Then came the breakthrough. While reviewing library security footage from the week before Eliza disappeared, Reeves noticed something. Every evening before closing, Eliza would walk through the stacks, making sure no patrons remained inside. On October 10, she paused at the local history section, removing a book and flipping through it with unusual intensity. When she returned it to the shelf, she glanced around furtively. The detective found the book, Pinehaven, A Pictorial History, 1880-1980. Inside, tucked between pages 94 and 95, was a small handwritten note. "The answers are where we used to play. Look for the chair." The handwriting was not Eliza's. Daniel identified the handwriting immediately. "That's my father's writing," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "but he's been dead for 15 years. This revelation led them to the Warren family home where Eliza and Daniel had grown up, a property that had been sold after their mother's death 10 years earlier. The current owners allowed Reeves to search the premises, particularly the small wooded area behind the house where Daniel said he and Eliza had played as children. There was nothing unusual about the woods except for one thing, a small clearing where the ground appeared to have been disturbed some time ago. Ground-penetrating radar revealed nothing beneath the soil, but soil samples showed traces of chemicals consistent with cleaning products. 2 years to the day after Eliza's disappearance, Detective Reeves obtained a warrant to conduct a more thorough search of Eliza's home. That's when they found the spare bedroom, a room that, according to Daniel, had always been used for storage. Now it was empty except for that single wooden chair bolted to the floor, with floorboards worn in a circle around it and the cassette tape underneath. The tape contained nothing but static for the first 17 minutes. Then, barely audible beneath the white noise, a woman's voice, presumably Eliza's, recited a series of numbers. The sequence repeated 3 times before the tape ended. The numbers led to a storage unit in a neighboring town. Inside was a banker's box containing hundreds of pages of documents, newspaper clippings, photographs, and handwritten journals, all related to a series of unsolved disappearances from 1985 to 1992. 3 women, all in their 30s, all vanished without a trace from different towns across Massachusetts. Among the documents was a photograph that chilled Detective Reeves to the bone, a much younger version of Eliza's father, Thomas Warren, standing next to a man whose face had been carefully cut out of the picture. On the back was written, Tom and redacted, Pinehaven Police Academy, 1983. The investigation took an unexpected turn when they discovered that Thomas Warren had been briefly investigated in connection with the 1980s disappearances before the case was suddenly dropped. The detective who had closed the investigation was none other than James Keating, the same officer who had taken Daniel's missing persons report for Eliza. When confronted, the now retired Keating admitted to having been Thomas Warren's closest friend at the academy. Tom wasn't involved in those disappearances, he insisted. He was helping me investigate them unofficially. We were close to identifying the perpetrator when Tom died in that car accident. But the evidence Eliza had collected suggested otherwise. Her journals revealed she had begun to suspect her father's involvement after finding old photographs and newspaper clippings in the attic following her mother's death. For years, she had been quietly investigating, piecing together a horrifying narrative that her father may have been responsible for multiple disappearances and that his death might not have been accidental. Most disturbing of all was Eliza's final journal entry, dated October 16, 2016, the day before she vanished. I finally understand what happened. It wasn't just Dad. Someone else was involved, someone still here, still watching. I'm meeting him tomorrow. I'm recording everything. If something happens to me, the truth is in the chair. The chair, when examined more thoroughly, revealed nothing. No hidden compartments, no additional recordings. The worn circle around it remained unexplained. Daniel provided the final piece of the puzzle when he remembered a childhood game. Dad used to play this game with us. He called it Circle of Truth. We'd sit in a chair, and he'd walk around us in a circle, asking questions. We weren't allowed to move until we told the truth. 3 days after the discovery of the chair, Officer James Keating was found dead in his garage from an apparent suicide. The note he left behind contained only 5 words. She wouldn't stop asking questions. The investigation into Eliza Warren's disappearance remains open. Her body has never been found. The identity of her father's possible accomplice is still unknown. The chair remains in evidence storage, its purpose not fully understood. Sometimes late at night, Detective Reeves finds herself dreaming of that empty room, that solitary chair, and the sound of footsteps slowly circling around it. In these dreams, she sits perfectly still, waiting for a voice to whisper the truth in her ear. Crime 9, the late November light filtered through the dust-coated windows of the attic, casting long shadows across the wooden floorboards. Sarah Winters stood motionless, her breath forming small clouds in the chilly air as she stared at the cardboard box tucked beneath the eaves. It wasn't particularly remarkable, just a standard moving box with faded lettering on the side, but what caught her attention was the word scrawled across the top in thick black marker: Confessions. Sarah had purchased the Victorian-style home in Oak Ridge, Oregon just 3 weeks earlier, charmed by its wraparound porch and ornate trim despite the real estate agent's warnings about needed renovations. At 34, recently divorced and looking for a fresh start away from Seattle, the project seemed perfect. The previous owners, an elderly couple named the Hansons, had moved to Florida to be closer to their grandchildren after living in the house for nearly 40 years. They left a few things in the attic, the agent had mentioned casually. Nothing valuable, just old holiday decorations and some boxes they didn't want to bother with. You can toss it all if you'd like. Now, as Sarah knelt beside the mysterious box, a sudden chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the November temperature. She carefully lifted the lid, revealing neatly stacked VHS tapes, each with a label containing a name and date. There were 27 tapes in all, spanning from 1985 to 2001. Linda Walters 05/17/85, Michael Bronson 11/23/87, Karen Sullivan 04/02/89. The list continued. Sarah felt her pulse quicken as she lifted one of the tapes from the middle of the stack. Elaine Matthews 06/14/93. Her fingers trembled slightly as she held the tape. Matthews, her mother's maiden name was Matthews, Elaine Matthews, the name of her mother's younger sister, her aunt, who had disappeared without a trace in the summer of 1993 when Sarah was just 2 years old. The aunt she'd only seen in photographs, whose disappearance had haunted her family for decades. Sarah had grown up hearing fragmented stories about Aunt Elaine, beautiful, vibrant, and only 23 when she vanished while traveling through the Pacific Northwest. The case had gone cold within months, no body, no suspects, just a lingering wound that never fully healed. Sarah carried the tape downstairs to the living room where she'd set up her old TV and VCR, a relic she'd kept more out of nostalgia than practicality. With trembling hands, she inserted the tape and pressed play. Static flickered across the screen before clearing to reveal a dimly lit room. A man sat facing the camera, his features obscured by shadow except for his hands, which rested on a wooden table. They were large hands with thick fingers and prominent veins. "Today is June 14th, 1993, the man's voice began. His tone was calm, methodical, almost clinical. Her name was Elaine Matthews. Sarah's breath caught in her throat was past tense. "I met her at the gas station on Route 16, just outside of Oak Ridge," the voice continued. "She was having trouble with her car, a blue Volkswagen Rabbit with California plates. I offered to help." The man described in chilling detail how he'd gained Elaine's trust, how he'd offered to drive her to a mechanic but instead took her to a remote cabin by Lookout Creek. He described her confusion, then fear, then terror. Sarah felt sick as the man recounted what happened next. But it was when the man leaned forward, his face partially catching the light, that Sarah felt the world collapse around her. Though younger, though his voice was steadier than she'd ever known it to be, she recognized him immediately. The voice belonged to Harold Hansen, the previous owner of her house. Sarah paused the tape, her mind racing. Her father, Robert Winters, had been a detective with the Seattle Police Department. He'd been consumed by his sister-in-law's disappearance, spending countless hours following leads across the Pacific Northwest. The case had eventually cost him his marriage to Sarah's mother, who couldn't bear his obsession with a mystery that seemed unsolvable. With shaking hands, Sarah reached for her phone and called her father. "Dad," she said when he answered, "I need you to come to Oak Ridge. I found something about Aunt Elaine." 2 days later, Robert Winters arrived at Sarah's new home. At 65, he was still broad-shouldered but now gray-haired, with deep lines etched into his face, the price of 35 years in law enforcement and a lifetime of carrying unsolved cases. "What did you find?" he asked, not bothering with small talk as he entered the house. Sarah led him to the living room where she'd set up the TV and VCR. "Before I show you, I need to know, did you ever investigate someone named Harold Hansen in connection with Elaine's disappearance?" Her father's brow furrowed. "Hansen, Harold Hansen. The name sounds vaguely familiar, but no, I don't recall him being a person of interest. Why?" Sarah inserted the tape, "Because he made this, and there are 26 more tapes upstairs, each with a different name." As they watched together, Robert's face grew increasingly pale. By the time the recording ended, with Hansen describing how he buried Elaine's body near the cabin, Robert was gripping the armrest so tightly his knuckles had turned white. "I've been searching for her for 32 years, he whispered, "and all this time." "He was just living here," Sarah finished, "raising a family, growing old." The following week was a blur of police activity. The Oak Ridge Police Department, initially skeptical, quickly called in the FBI when they discovered the contents of the remaining tapes. Harold Hansen's confessions included detailed accounts of 27 murders spanning 16 years, all meticulously catalogued, all recorded after the fact. Authorities found Harold Hansen living in a retirement community in Sarasota, Florida. At 84, he seemed confused when agents appeared at his door. His wife, Marion, protested that there must be some mistake. Harold had been a high school science teacher, beloved by students, active in their church. Those tapes were just his creative writing project, she insisted. Harold always wanted to be a crime novelist. But the details in the recordings were too precise. Information about victims that had never been released to the public, locations of evidence that only the killer would know. And when authorities searched the area near Lookout Creek, where Hansen claimed to have buried Elaine Matthews, they found human remains that DNA testing would later confirm belonged to Sarah's aunt. In the months that followed, forensic teams recovered the remains of 22 of the 27 victims Hansen had documented. 5 bodies were never found, lost to time, weather, and the vastness of the Pacific Northwest wilderness. Harold Hansen died of a stroke 3 weeks into his interrogation, taking many of his secrets with him. The psychological evaluations conducted before his death offered little clarity. He showed no remorse, no empathy, yet maintained a distinct separation between his normal life and his other activities. When questioned about why he had kept the tapes, he'd simply shrugged and said, "Everyone needs to be remembered for something." For Sarah's father, the resolution brought a complex mix of emotions. The closure he'd sought for decades had finally arrived, but with it came the knowledge that he'd crossed paths with his sister-in-law's killer multiple times during the initial investigation, Harold Hansen had even been interviewed as a local resident familiar with the area where Elaine was last seen. "He looked me in the eye," Robert told Sarah as they stood at the newly marked grave where Elaine had finally been laid to rest. "He offered me coffee, expressed his sympathies, all while knowing exactly what he'd done." Sarah eventually sold the house in Oak Ridge, unable to continue living in a place with such dark associations. But before she left, she spent one final afternoon in the attic, sitting beside the now empty box that had once held Hansen's recordings. She wondered about the lives interrupted, 27 individuals whose stories had been cut short by a man who viewed them as characters in his personal narrative. She thought about her Aunt Elaine, forever 23, whose disappearance had shaped her family's history in ways both seen and unseen. And she thought about the thin line between the ordinary and the monstrous, how Harold Hansen had moved through the world wearing the mask of normalcy while harboring unimaginable secrets. How the most haunting mysteries sometimes find us when we least expect them, hiding in plain sight or tucked away in attics, waiting to be discovered. The box remained empty now, but the stories it had contained would continue to echo through court proceedings, true crime documentaries, and in the nightmares of those left behind to make sense of a senselessness that defied understanding. As Sarah closed the attic door for the final time, she couldn't help but wonder how many other secrets remained buried in other houses, other lives, other boxes labeled with words that only hinted at the darkness within. Story 10: The Enigmatic Dollhouse. She never enjoyed venturing up to the attic, but when a storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to confront the forgotten space. The attic was a realm of neglect, shrouded in dust and cobwebs where time seemed to stand still. Amidst the shadows in the most secluded corner rested an old dollhouse. It exuded an eerie aura with its intricate details and perfectly arranged miniature furniture. However, as she peered into the tiny rooms, a sense of unease crept over her. The figures inhabiting the dollhouse were not mere dolls. They were exquisite, hand-carved replicas of her family, each one meticulously positioned to mirror their real-life counterparts downstairs. Yet there was a glaring anomaly. The figure meant to represent her was not seated as the others were, but stood by the attic door, as if in a silent vigil. Rebecca Morgan tentatively traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the groove where the tiny wooden figure stood. A chill coursed through her body, unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the rafters. The presence of the dollhouse was inexplicable. This was not the house of her childhood, but a rental property her family had recently moved into. The unraveling of events commenced with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban dwelling to find a distressed family huddled in the living room, adamantly refusing to venture back upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their fears as a prank or a byproduct of adjusting to a new environment. However, the meticulous craftsmanship of the dollhouse figurines left an indelible impression on her. The level of detail was striking, Detective Harmon later recounted. Each miniature figure captured a distinct feature of a family member: the father's receding hairline, the son's hoodie, the mother's small birthmark on her hand. The investigation took a perplexing turn when forensic experts discovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any member of the family. Even more unsettling were the microscopic cameras embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Examination of the family's movements revealed a disconcerting revelation. The positions of the miniature figures did not merely align with the family's whereabouts on that fateful evening, but mirrored precise moments from various days, implying a prolonged period of observation. We soon realized this was no ordinary case of stalking, elucidated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited a level of obsession rarely encountered in criminal psychology. The breakthrough emerged with the revelation of a concealed entrance to the basement, camouflaged behind a false wall in the pantry. Within this clandestine space, investigators unearthed evidence of a makeshift living area, indicating that an individual had been dwelling beneath the family for weeks. Curiously, there were no signs of forced entry. Property records divulged that the house had remained vacant for almost a year before the Morgans' arrival. The former owners, an elderly couple, had passed away in quick succession, leaving their son to oversee the estate sale and subsequent rental. Neighborhood inquiries yielded scant information, save for an elderly resident who sporadically noticed lights emanating from the house during its period of vacancy. The digital realm provided the crucial breakthrough. Analysis of the surveillance system connected to the miniature cameras led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, a chilling tableau awaited them, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and prior occupants, alongside journal entries meticulously chronicling their daily routines. The most disquieting discovery was a workshop housing numerous unfinished dollhouses, each representing a distinct residence in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. Financial records illuminated a spiral of debt following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the property, he had fashioned a hidden abode, persisting in occupying it while collecting rent from unwitting tenants. The dollhouse served as his locus of control, expounded the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each miniature figure symbolized an individual under his surveillance. Rebecca's position by the attic door was not a threat, but a tacit acknowledgement of her unmasking of his voyeuristic setup. During interrogation, Wells maintained an unsettling composure as he elucidated his motivations. They resided in my house, slumbered in my parents' chamber. I needed assurance that they treated it with reverence. When queried about the arranged figures, he simply remarked, "I desired them to realize I was ever watchful." Psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted narrative of possessive delusion. Wells grappled with the emotional fallout of relinquishing his childhood home and contrived an intricate scheme to retain dominion over it. The dollhouse metamorphosed into a conduit for asserting authority over both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family opted never to set foot in the house again. Rebecca recollected that the most haunting moment was not the discovery of the dollhouse, but the realization it signified. Someone had been observing us all along, charting our lives, reducing us to playthings. The true horror lay not in the dollhouse itself, but in comprehending that in his eyes we were mere puppets, manipulated and observed. Wells faced a litany of charges encompassing stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The case catalyzed a reevaluation of real estate disclosure regulations concerning deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure proper vacating before new occupants assume residence. During sentencing, the judge underscored the egregious violation suffered by the Morgan family. You did not merely intrude into their domicile, you encroached upon their sense of security and self-governance. You scrutinized their most intimate moments and replicated them for your gratification. The case engenders profound perturbation among criminologists due to the potential longevity of Wells' covert activities had Rebecca not unearthed the dollhouse. Examination of his journals hinted at a protracted tenure of secret habitation within homes, spanning nearly 2 years as he transitioned from one property to another, crafting dollhouses for each surveilled family. The Morgan family ultimately resettled in a distant locale, yet Rebecca divulged in victim impact statements that she habitually inspects closets and concealed spaces. All traces of dollhouses and miniatures were expunged from their new abode. Occasionally, I still sense a presence watching me, she confided. I ponder if, somewhere out there, an unseen hand continues to manipulate a diminutive version of me within an undiscovered dollhouse. Story 11. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded borders, capturing a birthday celebration long faded from memory. Among the familiar smiles and dancing candle flames, a hidden presence lurked in the shadows. The daughter, Sarah Winters, stumbled upon this unsettling revelation while sorting through her late mother's attic treasures. A box labeled Memories revealed a series of snapshots from happier times, or so she had thought. But as Sarah sifted through the photographs, a chill crept up her spine. In the background of each image, a mysterious figure loomed, moving closer with each passing photo. It was a man unknown to the family, yet he seemed to be a silent spectator in the captured moments of joy and laughter. The first glimpse of him was barely discernible, a mere silhouette on the periphery of her 7th birthday party. In subsequent photos, he edged his way into the frame, standing ominously behind unsuspecting family members. No one seemed to notice his presence except for Sarah. Disturbed and perplexed, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the enigmatic figure haunting their cherished memories. His response was a tense silence followed by a disbelieving gasp. How could a stranger have infiltrated their intimate gatherings without anyone noticing? Determined to unravel the mystery, Sarah sought the help of Detective Marcus Reed. As rain tapped against the windows of the precinct, she laid out the haunting photographs before the seasoned detective. With a keen eye, Reed traced the progression of the shadowy figure through each image, his interest piqued by the eerie consistency of his presence. Despite exhaustive investigations and inquiries, the man remained a ghostly enigma, eluding identification and recognition by anyone who had attended the gatherings. The more they delved into the past, the more unsettling truths emerged. Enhanced images revealed hidden details: a scar, a ring, a faint reflection that led to a breakthrough in the case. Dental records linked the mysterious figure to a long-forgotten maintenance worker named Robert Keller, who had disappeared under suspicious circumstances years ago. Keller's dark past unraveled as connections emerged between the shadow in the photographs and unsolved child abduction cases from decades past. The man had lurked in the background of family gatherings, a sinister presence overlooked until now. When authorities unearthed buried items near Keller's former residence, the horrifying truth came to light. Sarah's worst fears were confirmed as she recognized a lost bracelet among the grim discoveries, a chilling reminder of the darkness that had shadowed her childhood. Alone in her apartment, Sarah grappled with the weight of the revelations. The detective's call brought news of a grim discovery, bringing closure to families long haunted by unanswered questions. The shadowy figure in the photographs had been unmasked, his malevolent presence finally acknowledged. As Sarah carefully stored away the damning evidence, she reflected on the unseen dangers that lurked within the captured moments of joy. Some threats, she realized, moved through life unnoticed, leaving only faint traces in the tapestry of memory. And in the stillness of the night, as she drifted into slumber, the shadows of the past whispered their secrets, lulling her into a dreamless sleep. Story 12. The motel stood dreary and neglected, a temporary refuge for weary travelers seeking respite for just a night. The receptionist passed her the key with a peculiar glance. "Just avoid the final door to your left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue tugged at her insides. That evening, amidst the shadows of the poorly illuminated corridor, she halted before it. The brass handle chilled her fingertips. The door appeared nondescript until she pressed her ear against it. A faint exhalation emanated from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke groggily, slipping under the yellow tape marking the entrance to the grim scene. A metallic tang assaulted her senses, a familiar scent of blood. Stains seeped into the worn carpet, transforming its pattern into a deep, murky hue. The room embodied contradictions: a pristine bathroom, an undisturbed bed, and in between, the grim tableau of tragedy. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Vacant eyes gazed upward, frozen in a semblance of shock or dread. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disturb the evidence markers scattered around. "The third one this season," remarked the forensic expert dispassionately, capturing the scene through his lens. "Same modus operandi as the others." Reed nodded in silence. The victim adorned in upscale attire, a stark contrast to the motel's shabby ambience. A designer purse lay open on the nightstand, contents untouched. This was no mere robbery. A different motive propelled this murderer. The motel manager lingered anxiously at the threshold, his complexion drained of color. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid discovered her during routine cleaning." Reed scrutinized the room anew. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. She had either willingly admitted her assailant or was acquainted with them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned photographs to the board. 3 women resembling each other, discovered in rundown motels. Speculations of a serial offender began to circulate. "The autopsy results are in," informed Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by manual strangulation. No DNA under the victim's nails. No traces of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was personal, not a product of predatory instinct. Days blended into one another as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage from the motel revealed no anomalies. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst with no known adversaries. Her acquaintances depicted her as cautious, thorough, a person unlikely to choose such lodgings willingly. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. "She mentioned a man from work," the sister divulged, hands quivering around her coffee mug. "Someone secretive. I believe he was married," Reed leaned in. "Did she disclose a name?" "Just see," the sister replied. The inquiry redirected to Werner's workplace. Colleagues characterized her as reserved, professional. None were privy to any relationship. However, a business card hidden in Werner's desk calendar led Reed to Charles Emerson, senior vice president. Emerson projected a flawless facade during interrogation, concerned, cooperative, maintaining a calculated distance. His alibi seemed airtight, dining with his spouse and another couple, yet a disquiet lingered in his gaze. "Were you acquainted with Elaine Werner outside work?" Reed inquired casually. A flicker passed over Emerson's features, fleetingly, imperceptible to most. "Purely professional." Later that week, partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag were matched to Emerson. When confronted, his veneer cracked. "We had a relationship," he confessed, "but I terminated it. She threatened to expose me to my wife." "Sufficient reason to resort to murder?" Reed probed. Emerson's countenance hardened. "I never set foot in that motel." However, the motel records contradicted his claim. A credit card transaction for the neighboring room charged to a corporate account linked to Emerson's firm. Investigation of that room unveiled a concealed camera in the shared wall vent. The evidence stacked up, fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit aligned with those on Werner's body. His DNA lingered on a water glass in her room. Upon scrutinizing his home computer, they unearthed recordings resembling those of the prior victims. A pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women resembling his younger spouse, coaxing them to rendezvous at specific motels, always selecting the room adjacent to the last door on the left, a chamber outfitted with surveillance gear. He documented their encounters, returning later to erase the evidence the women themselves. In the interrogation chamber, Emerson's facade shattered at last. They were a threat to everything, he murmured. My status, my marriage, my existence. The trial unfolded swiftly yet dramatically. 3 families witnessed justice unfold in the clinical courtroom. Emerson exhibited no remorse, upholding the impassive mask that had served him well in the corporate realm. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without parole. As officers escorted him away, Reed caught his gaze. For an instant, she glimpsed a void behind his facade, not compassion, but its absence. A hollow where empathy should reside. Dubbed the door on the left case by the media, psychologists delved into Emerson's psyche. True crime enthusiasts pored over every detail. Yet for Reed, the case endured unresolved. Occasionally, strolling down motel corridors, she found herself counting doors, pondering the enigmas concealed within. In the evidence archive, secured from public view, 3 identical motel keys linger labeled and archived, tangible reminders that certain doors, once opened, can never be shut again. Story 13. In the quiet hush of night, the costume shop prepared to close its doors for the final time, selling off remnants of the past. Among the forgotten relics, a woman with a curious spirit found herself drawn to a mask tucked away on a dusty shelf. Its features, delicate yet disquietingly lifelike, captured her gaze. Placing it on the counter, the cashier hesitated, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "That's not ours," he murmured cryptically. Perplexed, the woman sought a tag but found none, deciding to bring the mysterious mask home with her. As darkness enveloped her room that night, a soft whisper of fabric caught her attention, rousing her from slumber. Eyes fluttering open, she scanned the room, her heart quickening as she realized the mask was no longer where she had left it. Instead, it sat upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her like an unwavering sentinel. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, would soon become a tragic figure in a haunting tale. It was her neighbor who stumbled upon the eerie scene the following morning. The front door ajar, sunlight spilling into the dim interior, revealing a sight that would linger in the minds of all who bore witness. Catherine lay lifeless on her bedroom floor, the enigmatic mask vanished without a trace. Detective Morgan arrived, her presence casting a somber shadow over the room as forensics meticulously documented the chilling tableau. Amidst the whispered conversations and the rhythmic clicks of the shutters, the detective pieced together fragments of a puzzle shrouded in mystery. No forced entry, no visible signs of struggle, just a woman struck down by an unseen force, terror etched into her features. The medical examiner's solemn pronouncement only deepened the enigma, a death shrouded in enigmatic circumstances, with no clear cause in sight. Catherine's life, once defined by her discerning eye as an art appraiser, now lay veiled in shadowy questions. Colleagues spoke of her keen insight, her ability to discern authenticity with unerring precision. Had this very talent led her down a path of unknowable peril? The investigation took a curious turn when security footage from the costume shop unveiled a perplexing truth. The mask, an aberration in their inventory, had no place in their records. Delving deeper, the shop owner revealed a chilling connection to a collector whose demise bore the mark of the inexplicable. Threads of the unknown began to weave themselves into the fabric of the case, leading to a revelation that defied logic. Microscopic fibers, a cryptic message hidden within each mask, and a trail of inexplicable deaths stretching back through time, all pointed to a malevolent force at play. A retired detective, haunted by a past case entwined with the same sinister threads, shared a revelation that pierced the veil of the unknown. Ancient symbols, a ritual of soul transference, and a legacy of terror that spanned generations, all linked to the insidious nature of the mask that claimed its victims with silent intent. In a hidden alcove of Catherine's apartment, a journal whispered secrets long kept in shadow. Her frantic words spoke of a watchful presence, of markings that foretold a grim fate, and of a relentless entity that sought new vessels to inhabit. The mask, a harbinger of dread, moved unseen, its gaze fixed upon those who dared to see beyond its facade. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, the truth emerged in a chilling revelation. Extreme fear, a heart stopped in its tracks by an unseen horror, a fate sealed by the malevolent force that lurked behind the mask's visage. But the tale took a darker twist as surveillance footage unveiled a figure cloaked in shadow, donning the mask that had claimed Catherine's life. A phantom likeness of the woman, moving with an uncanny imitation, a puppeteer of unseen horrors. The hunt for the mask led investigators on a winding path, its trail vanishing into the ether until whispers emerged of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop. Sold to an unknown buyer, the mask slipped once more into obscurity, its legacy of terror left unbroken. The detective, keeper of Catherine's final testament, bore witness to a truth too eerie to be contained in official reports, a truth that whispered of an ancient malevolence that traversed time and space, seeking new hosts to ensnare in its web of fear. And as night descended once more, she felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her, a shiver of dread that lingered in the shadows. For the mask, that insidious harbinger of doom, awaited its next unwitting victim, its hunger for souls unquenched, its gaze fixed upon the living with a hunger that transcended mortal understanding. Story 14, the town kept silent about the house on the edge of the woods. It stood solitary, its windows dark, its porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, no one could recall its builder. Yet when a band of hikers strayed too near, they glimpsed something peculiar, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like omens. At the very end of the list, new and untarnished, was a name unfamiliar to all, until one among them murmured, voice quivering, "That name is mine." Call came in under the shroud of night. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing incident. The voice at the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the foremost hiker who uncovered his name chiseled into the forsaken abode. The responding officers expected nothing beyond juvenile mischief, perhaps a jest among companions. Yet what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness cloaked the forest. Her flashlight beams sliced through the shadows, revealing the aged front of the building. The names 27 in total descended vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with time, nearly imperceptible against the weathered wood. Others remained sharp, as if freshly carved, and at the base, Mason Wright, the carving still faintly smelling of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming mist in the chill air. "I cannot fathom how anyone would know my name." The inquiry commenced with background checks on every listed name. The findings sent shivers through the detective team. Each name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, others remained open. Yet all shared a chilling commonality: the persons had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts photographed each inscription, documenting the varied depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The eldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The case files recounted a young woman who ventured into these very woods and never returned. Search parties unearthed naught but a lone hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller extensively interviewed Mason. His account stayed unwavering. He held no ties to the area beyond this hiking escapade with 4 college comrades. They had selected the trail at random, based on an online suggestion. Nothing in his past linked him to any other name on the wall. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared snapshots taken during their journey. Upon scrutiny, analysts noted something unsettling. A blurred figure loomed in the background of 3 separate images. The form resembled a tall, slender man, always partly obscured by trees. "We encountered no one else on the trail," Emily asserted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the interior of the house. The structure seemed abandoned. Dust cloaked every surface. Furniture lay in disarray. Yet in the basement, officers stumbled upon a disturbing sight. Personal effects of the missing hikers sat arranged neatly on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a corresponding name from the exterior wall. The forensics team worked meticulously, cataloging every item. Beneath ultraviolet light, bloodstains materialized on the concrete floor, years of marks someone had tried to scrub away. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled no buried bodies beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs repeatedly alerted near the rear of the property, where the forest grew densest. As the probe deepened, Detective Keller noted peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He began recounting strange happenings, whispers outside his dwelling, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, figures observing from the street. The department assigned an officer to guard him, yet Mason spiraled further into paranoia. The breakthrough arrived when researchers unearthed land records hidden in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Locals seldom glimpsed him, recounting brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who shunned conversation. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years ago, his disappearance never officially probed. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the surrounding woods. The search party stumbled upon a network of primitive hunting blinds strategically placed along well-trodden hiking paths. Within one, they discovered a journal filled with meticulous observations, accounts of hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's scant existing documents. The journal entries grew increasingly unsettling with time. Early pages detailed hunting methods for animals. Later entries depicted humans as prey, their behaviors, weaknesses, and tactics for their acquisition. The final pages contained elaborate descriptions of stalking each victim on the wall, including how he singled out his targets. The hunt for Blackwood mobilized across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the forest. Tactical teams methodically combed every cave and ravine, yet no trace of the suspect surfaced. Mason Wright ceased answering calls. Officers dispatched to his abode found the door unlocked, the rooms vacant. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single statement: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason persisted for weeks to no avail. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's residence, forensics made a ghastly discovery. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement, they unearthed a small workshop stocked with woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a newly carved piece of wood bearing a fresh name not yet affixed to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and was unreachable by phone. Authorities established a constant surveillance perimeter around the house. Camera systems recorded each approach. Motion sensors stood vigilant for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors signaled an alert. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and slender, moving with unnatural fluidity. The figure advanced directly towards the house, seemingly unperturbed by the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras momentarily lost connection. When the system reconnected, the figure had vanished. The house remains under continuous surveillance to this day. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The investigation persists, with fresh resources allocated as similar vanishings are reported in other wooded regions. The names on the wall have become legendary among law enforcement. Some officers refuse to speak them aloud, others steer clear of the case entirely, and local hikers now steer clear of the house, fearful that even mentioning it might add their names to that dreadful list, the names no one utters. Story 15. Once upon a time there existed a mere flicker, a subtle anomaly in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother, initially brushing it off as mere interference, soon found herself startled as the audio crackled and a voice softly murmured, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran through her veins as she dashed to her son's room, her heart racing in her chest, only to discover the crib empty, the window shut tight, the door securely locked. The only peculiar thing in sight was a plush rabbit lying on the floor, its dark, glassy eyes fixed upon her. In the aftermath, Rebecca's screams pierced the night until her voice grew hoarse, drawing the attention of concerned neighbors who swiftly contacted emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they encountered Rebecca, cradling the stuffed rabbit, swaying back and forth on the nursery floor. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace. The initial inquiries led to a dead end. No signs of forced entry, the security system undisturbed, except for that eerie voice on the baby monitor. Investigators stood confounded. How could someone enter a locked home, snatch a child, and leave without a trace, leaving behind only a toy rabbit disturbed? Suspicion cast its shadow upon Rebecca. Her husband, Daniel, had been absent on business, their strained marriage showing fractures since Samuel's arrival. Medical records unveiled Rebecca's battle with postpartum depression, her calm demeanor during interrogations unsettling for a mother facing such a tragic loss. Whispers swirled within the community, suspicion casting its net. Then a breakthrough emerged. Forensic analysis unveiled minuscule fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign to the household textiles or attire. These fibers belonged to a rare climbing rope, hinting at a skilled intruder scaling the nursery from outside. The focus shifted. Surveillance footage from nearby homes unveiled a shadowy figure weaving through darkness on the fateful night. A footprint in the soil matched a specialized boot worn by military and seasoned climbers. Rebecca's innocence began to surface. Upon Daniel's return from his trip, distraught and bewildered, investigators noted peculiar calluses on his hands. In his account, he mentioned rock climbing as a stress-relieving hobby recently undertaken. A disquieting revelation surfaced in financial records. Daniel had acquired a hefty life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone logs revealed calls to an unknown number, ceasing on the eve of the abduction. The investigation took a sinister turn upon the revelation of Daniel's secret second family in another town, unbeknownst to Rebecca. The probe deepened, with the baby monitor emerging as a pivotal piece of evidence. Digital scrutiny unmasked hacking attempts. The voice had been remotely transmitted to the receiver by Rebecca's bedside. Tracing the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where a startling discovery awaited. Samuel was found alive under the care of a woman named Elaine. She surrendered silently, her eyes hollow as she was apprehended. The link surfaced through old photographs and DNA tests. Elaine, Daniel's ex-wife, who had suffered a miscarriage years prior. Their marriage crumbled post-tragedy, yet Elaine remained fixated on Daniel's life, observing as he forged a new family with Rebecca. Daniel disavowed any involvement, but digital evidence painted a contrasting tale. His climbing gear matched fibers at the seam, his boot print aligned with the garden trace. Encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine outlined their scheme: access granted by Daniel, the child taken by Elaine, all for the insurance proceeds to fuel their clandestine future. During the trial, a hush fell as the prosecution aired the enhanced baby monitor audio. Amidst the chilling whispers, forensic experts discerned a familiar sound in the backdrop: Daniel's distinct cough, placing him at the abduction scene he professed ignorance of. The jury swiftly decided. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for their crimes. Rebecca and Samuel departed, seeking solace away from haunting memories. The case reshaped abduction investigations, prompting reviews of baby monitor security nationwide. Parents fortified nurseries, experts warning of evolving crimes exploiting technology against the innocent. Samuel grew unaware of his vanished knight. Rebecca preserved the stuffed rabbit, concealed in a box, unable to part with it, or meet those haunting glassy eyes that beheld the truth when the baby monitor whispered through the darkness. The monitor, a silent witness, unveiled the reality, albeit in an unexpected manner. Story 16: The Enigmatic Manor. The new homeowners brushed off the crackling of the old intercom system in their Victorian manor as a quirky relic of the past. Rewired but forgotten, it whispered in the dead of night, a mysterious echo from another era. One fateful night, curiosity got the best of the husband. With a trembling hand, he pressed the button, and a haunting whisper crackled through the speaker, chilling him to the core. "Why did you come back?" The shock rippled through him, and his wife, standing close behind, denied ever uttering those words. Daniel and Meredith Parker, the proud owners of this historic estate, had been drawn to its charm and history. The grandeur of the manor, nestled amidst ancient oak trees, concealed a modern interior that belied its weathered facade. The couple had acquired the property at an unusually reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the sale. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a potential break-in, but something in the dispatcher's voice hinted at a deeper mystery. Daniel, visibly shaken, led Detective Reeves through the dimly lit foyer, recounting the strange events that had unfolded. The intercom system, once a charming feature connecting all rooms, had become a conduit for something inexplicable. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, her hands tightly gripping a steaming mug that she dared not sip from. Without preamble, she revealed the discovery they had made behind a wall while renovating the kitchen pantry. Hidden in the walls lay a small leather-bound journal, its delicate pages revealing the unsettling tale of Alina, the past owner, and her suspicions about her husband, Vincent. The investigation unearthed the tragic history of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the former owners of the manor. Records indicated a grim tale of deceit and murder, shrouded in decades of silence. As forensic evidence emerged, the truth could no longer be denied. The house held dark secrets buried beneath its very foundation. Vincent's meticulous deception, his calculated narrative of Alina's disappearance, and the discovery of her remains painted a grim picture. The trial was swift, with Vincent confessing to the heinous crime with an unsettling calmness. His chilling words echoed through the courtroom, revealing the extent of his manipulation and betrayal. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the manor's dark past, sold the property, bidding farewell to the echoes of tragedy that lingered within its walls. Before their departure, they honored Elinor with a solemn memorial in the restored garden, a final gesture of closure amidst the shadows of the past. As the manor changed hands once more, the intercom system was dismantled, its whispers silenced for eternity. Workers removing the relic reported eerie static and faint whispers, attributing them to mere interference. Detective Reeves, revisiting the case file before its closure, pondered the enigmatic nature of the house that had seemingly bridged the gap between past and present. Known in law enforcement circles as the house that answered back, the manor stood as a silent witness to the justice that had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood. Detective Reeves, passing by the property on her way home, would slow down, the window cracked open, listening for whispers carried on the gentle breeze, a haunting reminder of a tale that had finally found its end. Story 17. The parcel bore no indication of its origins, no way to trace its path. Just a simple cardboard box tinged with the morning's dew. It wasn't intended for her. Her address was correct, but the name was not hers. She should have dismissed it, left it untouched on the doorstep. Yet curiosity whispered its seductive call. She succumbed. With hesitant fingers, she peeled away the tape, anticipating mundane contents, perhaps books, clothes, harmless items. But what lay within was far from ordinary. Nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note. "Watch alone." Sarah Miller gazed at the obsidian cassette resting in her hands. Its weight felt off somehow heavier than expected, as if burdened with the weight of forbidden secrets. Her fingertips danced along the weathered edges of the tape, sensing the tiny flaws in the plastic casing. The note, written with urgency, bore the indents of a pen pressed too forcefully against the paper. While the suburban world outside carried on its routine symphony a distant dog's bark, children's laughter, the rhythmic drone of a lawnmower cutting through the silence, Sarah brought the mysterious package indoors, placing it on her kitchen counter. Doubt clouded her mind. The name engraved on the box, Daniel Whitaker, held no significance for her. In her nearly 4 years at the residence, she had never received mail addressed to that name. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell to the house, seeking proximity to their grandchildren. Curiosity intertwined with unease as she glanced at her VCR, a relic of nostalgia. Something about the tape beckoned an enigma cloaked in worn darkness. Against her inner voice of reason, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine. Initially, static danced across the screen's shapeless white noise, sharpening gradually into clarity. A dimly lit room materialized, bathed in the glow of a lone lamp. The camera angle, askew and low, hinted at haste in its placement. A man occupied a wooden chair, his features shrouded by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, soft yet resolute, pierced the silence. "If you are viewing this, someone has discovered you, which implies they will unearth me as well." Leaning forward, he revealed a countenance etched with sleepless nights and unwavering vigilance, sunken eyes, stubble of days, disheveled hair. "I am innocent of her demise. I need you to understand that, but they have pinned her murder on me, fabricated evidence against me." The camera trembled as Daniel readjusted it, revealing the stark simplicity of the room, bare walls, scant furniture, the transient abode of one prepared to vanish at a moment's notice. "They have orchestrated it all. The official narrative will declare my acquaintance with her, our altercation, witnesses attesting to our discord. None of it holds truth. I encountered Catherine Walsh solely through the media after her tragic demise." His voice quivered slightly. "Life extinguished, slain in her abode, and yet my DNA was inexplicably present at the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the duplicate VHS tape on her desk, the fifth to emerge. 5 tapes, 5 diverse recipients, united by Daniel Whitaker's desperate plea, a man cast as the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder, a man who had vanished without a trace upon her discovery. Initially, the Walsh investigation had seemed straightforward. A young professional woman found strangled in her domicile. No signs of forced entry, indications of a struggle. Forensic evidence unequivocally pointing to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already on file from a minor infraction years prior. Eyewitnesses reported sightings of a man matching his description near her residence in the weeks leading up to the tragedy. Cut and dry until the tapes emerged. The tapes muddle the waters, Detective Ramirez articulated into her recorder while updating her case files. Whitaker is either orchestrating an elaborate ruse or divulging a darker truth. Her gaze swept over the evidence board photographs of a radiant Catherine Walsh at a corporate function, crime scene snapshots too grim to linger on, maps pinpointing delivery sites of the mysterious parcels, and centered amidst it all, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to implore her, begging for vindication. The inquiry took an unforeseen twist when Ramirez unearthed Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against her employer, PharmaCorp, a formidable pharmaceutical entity holding government contracts. Walsh had stumbled upon irregularities in their clinical trial data, proof that they had concealed severe side effects of a swiftly advancing drug. She intended to testify, a former colleague divulged in hushed tones to Ramirez during an interview, casting furtive glances toward the exit. Catherine possessed incriminating documents, evidence of executive knowledge regarding the issues they buried. The trial was imminent. The detective discerned peculiar incongruities. The DNA evidence appeared too meticulously placed, discovered in locations incongruent with the crime's narrative. Witness statements regarding Whitaker sounded scripted, echoing identical phrases across diverse testimonies. Most disconcerting, surveillance footage from adjacent structures inexplicably corrupted during the precise time frame encircling the murder. 3 days following the delivery of the tape, Sarah Miller received a second parcel. This one held a trove of documents, clinical reports, internal communications, email transcripts. All originating from PharmaCorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital seal, each document validating her claims. Detective Ramirez forged connections with other tape recipients, assembling Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs. He had served in IT security for a contractor servicing PharmaCorp systems. He had never crossed paths with Catherine, but he had stumbled upon her name flagged in an anomalous security protocol beyond his purview. They were monitoring her, Whitaker elucidated in a subsequent tape that surfaced. I glimpsed the surveillance directives within the system. They were cognizant of her pursuit of evidence, and then I found myself barred from the network. The subsequent day, she met her demise, and somehow I metamorphosed into the perpetrator. The breakthrough arrived when Sarah Miller discerned a detail on her copy of the tape overlooked by others. A reflection within a window behind Whitaker disclosed a lineup of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they pinpointed the location. Within Unit 217, they uncovered a revelation. Daniel Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy, the original dossier Catherine had amassed. Most damningly intricate stratagems to incriminate Whitaker, inscribed in the hand of PharmaCorp security chief, a former law enforcement officer wielding familiarity with evidence collection protocols. Justice materialized not through a dramatic arrest, but via the steady accumulation of irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced indictments. The security head confessed, securing a plea deal to testify against his superiors. The drug's consideration for market withdrawal commenced. Daniel Whitaker emerged from seclusion, emaciated and transformed by his fugitive existence. The charges against him were dismissed, yet the tribulations had etched indelible marks upon him. Sarah Miller encountered him once when he arrived to reclaim his tape. They conversed briefly on her porch, the site where his journey had commenced. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why direct it to my address?" He regarded her with weary eyes. "The algorithm selected you. I needed individuals distant from me and Catherine, individuals beyond their scrutiny, individuals who could still place trust in their discernment amidst media proclamations of my culpability." The erstwhile suspect and the inadvertent observer stood in silence, pondering the fragile demarcation between justice and contrived falsehoods. At length, Sarah spoke. The mistaken address proved to be the precise one. The VHS tapes were catalogued as evidence, tangible reminders that truths often arrive cloaked in unforeseen packaging, bearing unfamiliar appellations, awaiting the curiosity of those willing to delve beneath the surface. Story 18: The Tale of Reflections. She wiped away the steam from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything seemed normal at first glance: her face, her attire, yet a subtle unease crept over her. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not her own. And when she turned away, her reflection remained fixed, observing her every move. Thus began the enigma of Rebecca Thorne, sparked by that disquieting moment in her bathroom. What unfolded would baffle investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Living solo in a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca was known as methodical and reserved. Her routine as a data analyst at a mid-sized firm was characterized by precision and order. No one could have foreseen that she would become enmeshed in one of the decade's most enigmatic criminal puzzles. Initially, the peculiar occurrences seemed trivial. Objects in her home were subtly rearranged, no items missing, just shifted about. A coffee mug on a different shelf, books shuffled, her toothbrush out of place. She brushed these anomalies off as mere lapses, attributing them to long hours spent poring over spreadsheets, straining her eyes under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw received the first complaint after weeks of these disturbances, only to find no concrete evidence of a crime. It seemed more a matter for mental health services than law enforcement. Shaw noted the report but consigned it to the stack of non-urgent cases, lacking tangible proof of any wrongdoing. There were no signs of forced entry or missing items, Shaw later testified, just a woman sensing something awry in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her second encounter with the police, Rebecca vividly recounted how her reflection appeared to move independently, an eerie sensation of being watched even in solitude. This time she presented proof: a self-installed security camera aimed at her front door. The footage unveiled a chilling truth that sent shivers down even the most seasoned officers' spines. In the grainy video, Rebecca left for work in the morning, only for an identical figure to enter her apartment 20 minutes later, using a key. Forensic scrutiny of the footage revealed no signs of tampering or digital manipulation. The intruder moved and dressed precisely like Rebecca, even carrying her distinctive leather bag. Yet Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town, as confirmed by time-stamped footage from her workplace security system. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can mimic her with uncanny accuracy." The investigation escalated. Fingerprints found throughout the apartment belonged solely to Rebecca, with no trace of foreign DNA. Neighbors reported nothing amiss, just Rebecca's usual comings and goings. Mrs. Keller mentioned a peculiar encounter when she greeted Rebecca upon her return home one evening, receiving no response, an anomaly she found odd but not alarming. Rebecca started documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her living space multiplied food vanishing from her refrigerator, unfamiliar searches on her computer, and unsettling selfies on her phone that she had no recollection of taking. Some images captured her with an unsettling expression, a smile too wide or eyes too intense. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this to make me believe so." Breakthrough came when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated during Rebecca's absence for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone is intimately acquainted with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This is not random, it's a methodical surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated a fixation case, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, perhaps aiming to supplant her entirely. Such incidents were rare but documented in psychological studies, involving individuals fixating on a victim embodying traits they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus sharpened on a former colleague of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, dismissed for escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Post-dismissal, she sent a series of unsettling emails to Rebecca, one stating, "We could be the same person. Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." Armed with a warrant, Detective Shaw raided Lily's residence, uncovering a nightmarish scene. One room mirrored Rebecca's bedroom, adorned with hundreds of clandestine photos capturing Rebecca's daily activities. A closet housed replicas of Rebecca's wardrobe, and a vanity displayed makeup identical to Rebecca's preferences, along with detailed notes on her mannerisms and routines. Most chilling were the practice videos, showing Lily mimicking Rebecca's walk, gestures, and expressions, from awkward imitations to near-perfect replications. "She aimed to become me," Rebecca murmured upon seeing the evidence, "not merely imitating but erasing me." Forensic analysis revealed sophisticated tools for crafting key duplicates and cloning electronic access cards. Lily meticulously tracked Rebecca's movements, maintaining a calendar with precise predictions of her schedule. The motive behind Lily's actions remained elusive, obscured by cryptic journal entries vacillating between first and third person, sometimes referring to Rebecca as me and her interchangeably. The concluding entry sent a chill down investigators' spines. "Soon, only one of us will endure. The stronger will prevail." When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished, leaving behind signs of abrupt departure, drawers ajar, technology missing. A nationwide manhunt ensued. Rebecca was relocated under protective custody to a secure hideaway under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, every place connected to her former life was scrutinized, yet Lily remained elusive. The case took a chilling twist when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being on leave and safeguarded in a monitored safe house, Rebecca was sighted entering the building. Security footage confirmed it an exact replica of Rebecca, utilizing a valid ID card, navigating to her previous desk, rifling through files for 40 minutes before exiting. The grim reality materialized. Lily hadn't fled. She had made her move, assuming Rebecca's identity while the real Rebecca remained concealed, her life usurped. The case remains unresolved, with Lily Winters at large. Rebecca Thorne chose not to return to her former existence, forging a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk depicting two strikingly similar women, Rebecca Thorne and Lily Winters. Occasionally, she scrutinizes their visages, searching for disparities, the subtle nuances that differentiate one from the other. The most chilling aspect Shaw imparts to new recruits is not someone resembling you or sounding like you. It's the desire to become you so intensely that they obliterate themselves in the process. Identity is not merely what we project, but what we safeguard vigilantly. And sometimes its worth is only truly realized when someone endeavors to usurp it. Story 19. The aged envelope bore the marks of time, its once white edges now a faded yellow, yet the stamp upon it was fresh, as if just whisked away by the mail carrier days before. With delicate hands, the detective carefully unfurled the envelope, revealing a single sheet of paper within. The message typed upon it was hurried, the letters uneven as if the sender's urgency had left a mark on the very words themselves. I am sorry for what I did. A peculiar dampness clung to the paper, a scent of iron lingering in the air. It was only upon closer inspection that the detective noticed the reddish smear running along the bottom edge, a stain that was not made of ink. Detective Sarah Morgan, with a sense of grim determination, placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved fingers moving with practiced precision. The forensics team had already confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was indeed human blood, and it matched the DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her body bearing multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered like fallen leaves, hinting that her tragic end may have been tied to a story she had been pursuing. Despite tireless efforts, the case had gone cold, leaving a shadow of injustice hanging over the department. And then, like a whisper of fate, the letter arrived at the police department, bearing no name but simply addressed to the homicide division. The paper and envelope held few clues, with only faint smudges hinting that the sender had taken care to conceal their identity. The postmark, however, provided a glimmer of hope, a lead to follow, a thread to unravel in the darkness of uncertainty. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the image of the letter to the board at the room's center. The walls around them told the stories of past crimes, of dead ends and false leads. "This changes everything," she announced to the room, her voice barely above a whisper. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner through the long years of the case, studied the letter with a furrowed brow. "Or perhaps it's a facade," he suggested, his voice laden with doubt. "A ploy to deceive us." As the investigation gained momentum, the detectives delved deeper into Rebecca's life, uncovering her pursuit of truth, her unyielding dedication to uncovering corruption. Her latest venture had led her into the murky waters of a wealthy family entangled in local politics, a family torn apart by secrets and greed. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, revealing a web of deceit and betrayal. Interviewing Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, yielded new insights. His demeanor shifted subtly in the presence of the letter, his eyes betraying a hidden truth. She spoke of being followed, he confessed, his voice tinged with regret. "I should have taken her fears more seriously." Amidst the shadows of suspicion, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten words, the same telltale stain of blood. The message within hinted at darker truths, at secrets buried deep within the heart of a fractured family. The investigation led the detectives to the grand mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they confronted the eldest son, Richard, whose polished exterior belied a darkness within. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers on the envelopes pointed to custom stationery used exclusively by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. A trail of deception led to Richard, whose collection of antique typewriters held the key to the letter's origin. The tangled web of deceit began to unravel, revealing the extent of the family's sins. A confession, a recording, a betrayal, each piece of evidence formed a mosaic of guilt, painting a portrait of a crime born from greed and desperation. The trial that followed was a testament to the relentless pursuit of justice, to the unwavering dedication of those who sought to bring light to the shadows. In the end, as the gavel fell and the guilty were led away, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering them a fleeting sense of closure in the face of unspeakable loss. The blood-stained letters remained in evidence storage, a silent testament to the power of truth, of justice prevailing over darkness. And so, the case of Rebecca Warren became a lesson in the annals of detective lore, a reminder that even the most carefully woven lies can be unraveled by the threads of conscience, by the weight of guilt that lingers in the shadows of the night. Story 20: The Secret Watcher. The listing by the realtor made no mention of a basement. The blueprints held no clue to its existence. Yet beneath the old carpet in their new home, a hidden door awaited the Mercer family. A door sealed with a heavy, rusted handle that took the strength of 3 to pry open. As the door creaked apart, a rush of stale air greeted them, thick with the scent of damp earth. Descending the steps into the darkness, they expected storage, but found a single chair bathed in the sway of a solitary light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a chilling display photographs of themselves, taken from within their very own home. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during the bleak winter days, seeking character and history within the 2-story structure. Little did they know the house held a much deeper history, one that would violently intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property, the crime scene unit already at work, securing the scene with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice trembled as she recounted the chilling discovery beneath their living room floor. Connors, with practiced precision, donned latex gloves and directed the forensic team to document every detail before further exploration. The basement, small and stark, revealed a chair anchored to the floor beneath the harsh glow of a bare bulb. But it was the wall of photographs that held their gaze, images of the Mercer family, meticulously arranged in chronological order. The past weeks captured in eerie detail, each moment frozen in time. No signs of forced entry, no theft, only a profound invasion of privacy. Fingerprints littered the basement, many belonging to previous owners with a mysterious connection to the property's dark history. As they delved deeper, the tangled web of deceit and surveillance unfurled. Interviews with past owners uncovered a pattern of secrecy and manipulation. Blueprints altered, permits withdrawn, and inspection reports redacted. The contractor who renovated the house years ago denied the existence of a basement, his fear palpable as he spoke of the phantom room. Digital forensics unearthed a trove of images and audio recordings, exposing the extent of the surveillance network hidden within the walls. A journal penned by the house's original builder, Edward Kelvin, detailed his obsessive observations of the families who had inhabited the home. Kelvin, it seemed, had never left the house, instead retreating into its hidden recesses to watch, record, and document. A manhunt ensued, culminating in the discovery of Kelvin within the labyrinth of his own making, his mind fractured by delusions of guardianship. The trial laid bare the chilling truth of Kelvin's voyeuristic empire, the house itself a tool for his twisted surveillance. As the property was razed to the ground, the families who had unwittingly played their roles within its walls were left haunted by the specter of the unseen watcher. In quiet moments they found themselves casting wary glances at air vents and light fixtures, questioning if they were truly alone. The violation was not in what had been taken from them, but in the realization of what had lurked unseen, watching their every move, their every whispered conversation. And so, as the house faded into memory, its secrets buried beneath the earth, the families carried with them the weight of knowing they had never truly been alone in the place they once called home. Story 21. In the heart of the town, the old library stood silently, its fate sealed by the impending demolition. The workers toiled away, their tools echoing through the dusty corridors as they neared completion. But fate had other plans that day, a twist hidden within the aged walls. As the workers moved a heavy bookshelf, a hidden latch was revealed, a secret doorway waiting to be opened. With a gentle click, the bookshelf swung wide, exposing a narrow passageway that led to a forgotten room. The air inside was heavy, thick with the weight of years gone by. In the center, a solitary chair stood, anchored to the floor as if rooted in time itself, and etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message lingered: "I am still here." The foreman, sensing unease, reached for his radio, calling in the authorities. What had begun as a routine task now danced on the edge of the unknown. Detective Morgan Walsh arrived, his seasoned eyes taking in the scene before him. The flashlight in his hand pierced the darkness, revealing the cryptic words that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice a whisper in the eerie stillness. "Let no one disturb a thing until forensics arrives." As the investigation unfolded, the library's history unfurled like a tapestry of secrets. Once owned by the Harrington family, the building held a dark chapter within its walls. The disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca, cast a shadow over the town. Vanished without a trace, her absence lingered like a ghost in the night. Forensic experts delved into the hidden room, uncovering clues long buried in the dust. Hair and fibers clung to the ancient chair, whispers of a struggle frozen in time. The scratches on the wall whispered of despair, of a presence that refused to fade into oblivion. Walsh delved into the family's past, a sense of urgency pushing him forward. The timing of the library's donation gnawed at his mind, a puzzle piece waiting to be placed. The more he uncovered, the darker the truth became. A contractor loyal to the Harringtons had sealed Rebecca's fate behind that bookshelf. Payments exchanged, secrets kept hidden in the shadows of the past. The elderly librarian's memories painted a portrait of Maxwell Harrington, a man with secrets buried deeper than any grave. DNA evidence tied Rebecca to the hidden room, a link forged in tragedy. She had not run away, she had been trapped, a pawn in a twisted game of family betrayal. Maxwell's journal revealed a mind consumed by obsession, a heart hardened by greed. In a coastal town, Maxwell faced his reckoning, the weight of his sins heavy upon his shoulders. The truth spilled from his lips, a confession of horror and despair. Rebecca's remains, long forgotten beneath the floor, bore witness to the darkness that had cloaked the library for so long. The courtroom fell silent as justice was served, a chapter closed but never forgotten. Rebecca's bracelet, a glimmer of her lost innocence, was laid to rest alongside her, a final tribute to a life stolen too soon. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a tragedy unveiled. Flowers adorn the entrance, a silent chorus of remembrance for a soul lost but never truly gone. And in the quiet of the night, a whisper lingered in the air, a promise kept, I am still here. Story 22. Renovations always have a way of unraveling mysteries hidden within the walls of time. Amongst the usual relics of the past, like old newspapers and forgotten trinkets, Sarah and Michael stumbled upon a peculiar find when they lifted the floorboards of their newly acquired Victorian-era home. Nestled beneath the worn wood lay a delicate letter, its edges yellowed with age and its ink faded to a mere whisper of its former self. Yet the words etched on the paper carried a weight that sent shivers down their spines. Don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could fully grasp the gravity of this cryptic message, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty rooms, freezing the air with an eerie presence. Intrigued and unnerved, the couple summoned Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for uncovering hidden truths. As Reed arrived at the scene with her partner, the exposed floorboards revealed a dark void beneath, like a gaping maw waiting to divulge its secrets. With weathered hands that bore the marks of countless investigations, she carefully extracted the letter, mindful of preserving any potential evidence it held. The couple's inadvertent contact had already tainted it, a contamination impossible to reverse. Listening intently to Sarah and Michael's tale of the mysterious knocking, Reed sensed a genuine fear lingering in the air. Background checks painted the couple in a favorable light, newlyweds with solid reputations and stable lives. However, it was the history of the house itself that whispered of untold stories and buried secrets. Once owned by the Hargrove family, the house had stood witness to decades of life and loss. Following the passing of the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, the home had remained unoccupied for years, cloaked in silence and shadows. Despite the lack of overt suspicions surrounding Margaret's death, deemed natural by the coroner, a sense of unease hung heavy in the air. Delving deeper into the past, Reed unearthed a tale of debt, desperation, and deceit. Franklin Hargrove, Margaret's late husband, had fallen into the clutches of a relentless collector named Victor Mercer, a man with ties to the unseen underbelly of illegal gambling. Franklin's refusal to sell the house to settle his debts had set a chain of events in motion that would culminate in tragedy. Through meticulous forensic work and the discovery of Margaret's hidden diaries, the pieces of the puzzle began to align. The skeletal remains of Victor Mercer, long lost to the shadows of time, emerged from their clandestine resting place beneath the foundation, bearing witness to a crime buried beneath layers of deceit. As Margaret's harrowing accounts in her diaries painted a picture of a life overshadowed by fear and guilt, the truth of what transpired in those dimly lit halls came to light. Franklin's desperate act of violence, driven by a husband's love and a gambler's despair, had sealed their fates in a pact of silence. The house, now a silent witness to the tumultuous events of the past, stood as a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lurk within the hearts of even the most ordinary of souls. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of its history, chose to part ways with the house, leaving it to its memories and whispers of the past. Whispers still linger in the empty corridors of the vacant house, tales of 3 distinct knocks that echo through the night, a spectral reminder of lives intertwined and fates intertwined. Detective Reed, in her final report, mused on the enigmatic nature of mysteries left unsolved, of secrets buried deep within the recesses of time, waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to seek the truth. Story 23. She crossed the threshold, the air thick with swirling dust, the abandoned house frozen in time. its peeling walls, draped furniture, all whispered tales of neglect. But amidst the stillness, a mystery lingered, doors that defied logic leading endlessly back to the parlor. Each handle turned, each path walked, always returned her to the same room, a maze of familiarity, trapping her in a loop of existence. The front door, her only escape, vanished when she turned back. A disappearance as eerie as the house itself. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form turned the forgotten Victorian into a scene of intrigue and dread. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, shadows dancing as forensic experts moved through the dimness. The house, once known for compasses spinning wildly and whispered tales of being watched, now held secrets darker than folklore. The medical examiner's hushed voice revealed the truth: Morgan had perished by asphyxiation, her serene countenance belying a tragic end. Morgan, a young scholar captivated by architectural anomalies, had ventured into the Victorian's depths seeking answers. Her journal spoke of acoustic mysteries, shifting doorways, and chilling drafts that defied explanation. But her final entry hinted at a discovery beyond comprehension, a hidden truth waiting to be unveiled. As Lynn delved deeper into Morgan's world, a tangled web of connections emerged. Messages deleted from Morgan's phone hinted at a confidant, a kindred spirit drawn to the house's enigmatic allure. Whispers of the building's memory, of secrets longing to be revealed, echoed in their exchanges. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history, stood at the center of this enigma. His knowledge of spatial illusions and hidden truths made him a crucial piece in the puzzle. But as the investigation progressed, a family secret surfaced, shedding light on a legacy of tragedy within the Victorian's walls. Generations claimed by an unseen force, dubbed the Influence, trapped in a cycle of peaceful demise in the parlor. The unveiling of a hidden chamber with artifacts hinting at ancient rituals added a layer of mystique to the unfolding narrative. Forensic revelations pointed to a presence in the house during Morgan's final moments, an unseen phantom leaving traces of its existence. And when Adam Reeves met a fate mirroring Morgan's, the mystery deepened. His final words, a cryptic message of perception and understanding, hinted at a truth beyond mortal comprehension. The case, still shrouded in uncertainty, left more questions than answers. The condemned Victorian stood as a silent sentinel, its secrets buried within its walls. Whispers of lights flickering on moonlit nights, of visitors disappearing into the depths, painted a portrait of a house entwined with the fabric of reality itself. For those who dared to seek the truth, the Victorian beckoned, a siren song of mystery and danger. And as the world outside faded into slumber, the enigma of the house with doors leading nowhere whispered its secrets to those willing to listen. A tale as elusive as a dream, as haunting as the depths of night, waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to explore its shadowed corridors. Story 24. In a quaint town nestled among whispering trees, a soon-to-be mother decided to give the nursery a fresh coat of paint before her little one's arrival. The walls, once adorned in a faded blue hue, held secrets within their layers, stories of days gone by. As she carefully applied the first strokes of white paint, a hidden message began to emerge from beneath the surface, as if beckoning to be uncovered. "Don't let it hear you," the cryptic words whispered to her soul. Startled, she took a step back, only to notice something even more unsettling: tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high for a child's reach. And so began the enigmatic tale of the Morgan residence, later known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home for a steal, unaware of the darkness that lurked within its walls. Detective Sarah Klein, with a notebook clutched in her hand, arrived at the doorstep of the expectant mother, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. The woman recounted the chilling discovery of the message and handprints, sharing how the previous owners had vanished in the dead of night, leaving behind only rumors and unanswered questions. Inside the historic home, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed through the corridors, each creak of the floorboards a testament to the house's hidden past. In the nursery, the unfinished wall bore the remnants of the eerie message and the ghostly handprints, frozen in time. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the property's troubled history, uncovering a pattern of fleeting occupants and unsettling incidents involving children. The trail led back to Alina Blackwood, the mysterious widow who once ran an orphanage within the house's walls. 5 children had vanished under her care, their fate shrouded in uncertainty until a sealed room behind the nursery wall revealed a grim truth: small belongings but no bodies. The past had returned to haunt the present, manifesting in whispers, laughter, and unsettling messages scrawled upon repainted walls. With a mix of determination and dread, Detective Klein pursued the truth, revealing a tale of twisted beliefs and unspeakable deeds. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled a heartbreaking sight beneath the basement floor: 5 small shapes, remnants of innocent lives lost to a madwoman's greed. As the investigation unfolded, the nursery walls glowed with the haunting presence of unseen hands, a silent plea from the forgotten children. Justice was served in the form of proper burials, but the echoes of the past lingered, refusing to fade away. The house, tainted by its history, stood as a solemn reminder of the horrors that had transpired within its confines. The nursery walls, once witnesses to unspeakable tragedy, were torn down in an attempt to erase the past. Yet the whispers persisted, echoing through the rubble and reaching out to those brave enough to listen. Detective Klein's final report documented the chilling events, capturing the essence of a house forever marked by the sins of its former owner. In the end, the house stood abandoned, a silent sentinel to a bygone era of darkness and despair. The photographs of glowing handprints served as a chilling memento, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, their secrets buried within the walls of time. And so the Whispering House remained a ghostly memory, a tale of lost souls and lingering echoes that would forever haunt the dreams of those who dared to listen. Story 25. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls: pipes that murmured, floorboards that whispered. But the latest tenant sensed a presence beyond the ordinary. The footsteps she heard were too deliberate, too controlled. They echoed from above, slow and purposeful, yet she resided on the topmost floor. One night she gathered her courage and tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. A tense silence enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock reverberated from inside the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the incident to herself, dismissing it as the building settling or perhaps a small creature roaming the attic. Despite the nightly continuation of the footsteps, she adjusted, raising the volume of her television, wearing headphones to bed, anything to mask the rhythmic footfalls tracing unseen paths across her ceiling in the shadows. Detective Morris was alerted to the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a piece of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's unit to address a water leak. Behind it, he uncovered a narrow passage unaccounted for in the building plans. Casting light within, his flashlight revealed a makeshift living area: scattered food wrappers, empty water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building manager promptly contacted the police. Detective Morris, accompanied by Detective Rivera, arrived to find the maintenance worker pale and trembling. "Someone has been living within the walls," he repeated anxiously. "Someone has been watching." The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman. her daily routines, her visitors, her meal choices, her television preferences, her shower times, her sleep patterns. The writing, initially precise, devolved into chaos towards the end, with strange symbols adorning the margins. The subject no longer responds to my signals, the final entry read. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me. Forensic teams scoured the crawl space, discovering fingerprints unmatched in any database. They unveiled an intricate network of passages concealed within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades as per structural analysis. These passages linked to 5 different units, but terminated in observation points disguised as fixtures or minor damages only within Sarah Coleman's apartment. The investigative team interviewed current residents, who reported nothing extraordinary beyond typical apartment noises. Former tenants shared a different narrative. 3 previous occupants of Sarah's unit recounted feelings of being watched or hearing inexplicable movements. One departed after a mere fortnight. None had spoken up, fearing ridicule. A breakthrough emerged when forensics detected minuscule blood stains in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis identified the blood as belonging to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. His disappearance had stumped investigators, despite a missing persons report filed by his family. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Detective Morris revisited Martin's case. Neighbors recalled Martin's complaints about noises emanating from above his unit. He had confronted the tenant occupying the floor above Edward, a reclusive individual. Soon after, Martin disappeared. Edward vacated the premises the following month, leaving no forwarding address. A pattern emerged as investigators delved into Edward's past residences. He had resided in 6 different apartment buildings over 2 decades, consistently selecting top-floor units, forming few social connections, and departing abruptly. A neighbor from his 3rd abode described him as intense, noting his aversion to noise. Property records disclosed Edward's ownership of remote rural land. At the site, a cabin revealed walls adorned with photos and notes, images of residents from various buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Maps detailing ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities. Journals chronicling observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. A corkboard at the cabin's center displayed newspaper clippings, missing persons reports for 6 individuals, all former residents of buildings where Edward had lived. Beneath the board, deep scratches marred the floor, suggesting heavy dragging. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to disturbed soil. Excavation unveiled human remains, one after another. As forensic experts endeavored to identify the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents sporadically reported odd noises. During the installation of enhanced security systems, maintenance workers unearthed a notebook tucked in a corner where the ceiling met the wall, a newer addition to the previous one. The initial page bore a single line: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The handwriting matched the earlier notebook. The final page displayed a rudimentary sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, with a new passage marked in red, and a date that very night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, yet her unit stood empty. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter. The television hummed softly. The shower ran. In the bathroom, a message materialized on the steamed mirror, traced by a finger: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The pursuit of Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker specializing in renovations, persisted. His expertise in building structures enabled the creation of his clandestine surveillance network. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building revealed no indication of current occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman remained missing, her case intertwined with similar vanishings across multiple states. Authorities cautioned apartment managers regarding unauthorized alterations and concealed spaces. What haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves, the journals, or the photos of unwitting residents. It is the image of Sarah every night hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment lacking an upper neighbor. The footsteps that ceased when she knocked and then answered. At times, alone in his dwelling, Detective Morris finds himself gazing up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, pondering who else might be listening as well. Story 26, the apartment exuded age, its history woven into every creak of the floorboards and every rustle of the curtains. The heating system murmured softly, the pipes whispered their secrets. It was all part of the building's charm, or so they believed, until she heard it. A voice, faint yet unmistakable, drifted through the vents like a ghostly melody. It wasn't the typical sounds of neighbors chatting or TV shows playing. This voice was different. It was calling her, whispering her name in the dead of night. Intrigued and unnerved, she pressed her ear against the grate, feeling a chill slither down her spine. A gentle breeze brushed her cheek, carrying with it a soft, almost playful message. I know you're listening. Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the heart of the empty apartment, her gaze fixed on the aged vent cover that had been pried open. The forensics team moved methodically around her, capturing every detail with their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence unnoticed until a musty odor permeated the building. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied all logic. She claimed she heard voices through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes. But the building management dismissed her concerns as mere noises from the old heating system. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratches etched around its edges. These marks were not made by tools. They were desperate, frantic clawings, fingernails desperately trying to pry the cover open from the inside. Alina had been a beloved figure, a kindergarten teacher with a radiant smile and a collection of thriving houseplants. Her absence had left a void felt by many. Her students crafted cards, her sister filed a missing persons report, and her story lingered in the air like a haunting melody. She grew paranoid before she disappeared, her sister had confided, her voice trembling with emotion. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. I thought it was just stress from work. Shaw scanned the apartment anew, noticing the meticulous bed, the abandoned coffee mug, and the chair placed under the vent as if waiting for a listener. As the investigation delved deeper, unexpected revelations emerged. Fibers from the victim's favorite cardigan were found in the vent, a foreign fingerprint lingered on the inside of the cover, and chilling audio recordings from Alina's phone unveiled a haunting dialogue between her and an unseen presence. The whispers grew louder as Shaw listened, alone in her car, rain tapping a melancholic rhythm on the roof. The background check on the building unraveled a tapestry of unsettling incidents. Previous tenants had fled, citing strange noises and hallucinations. Harold Weber, the building superintendent, appeared composed during questioning until the topic veered towards apartment 4B. His demeanor shifted imperceptibly, hinting at concealed truths lurking beneath his facade. The investigation took a sinister turn when a hidden passage was discovered in Alina's bathroom, leading to a network of maintenance tunnels that interconnected the building's ventilation system. Within these shadowy passages lay remnants of a clandestine observer, a flashlight, food wrappers, evidence of a hidden presence that had been watching, waiting, whispering. A search of Weber's residence uncovered a meticulously organized collection of recordings and photographs, each documenting his twisted relationship with his victims. His digital journal spoke of a disturbing intimacy with Alina and others, hinting at a delusional connection that transcended mere voyeurism. Further incriminating evidence surfaced in a storage unit linked to Weber, revealing a macabre shrine of mementos from past tenants, preserved like trophies in a twisted display of possession. Weber's arrest was met with eerie compliance, his serene smile haunting Shaw as he spoke of the building's whispered secrets. The truth unfurled in the courtroom, painting a picture of a predator who lurked within the walls, preying on the vulnerable and forging twisted bonds with his victims. Weber's calm facade cracked as the jury pronounced him guilty on all counts, sealing his fate as a malevolent presence forever etched in the building's history. Despite efforts to cleanse the apartment building of its dark past, whispers still linger in the halls, chilling drafts speak of unseen forces, and the echoes of the past refuse to fade. The building stands as a silent witness to the horrors that unfolded within its walls, a testament to the lingering shadows that dance in the corners of our minds. The whispers persist, a reminder that some secrets are buried so deep they become a part of the very foundation on which we stand. Story 27. In a quiet apartment that had sat empty, untouched by human presence for months, a sense of mystery lingered in the air like a soft whisper. The new tenants, upon their arrival, had expected nothing more than layers of dust and perhaps a few forgotten relics left behind by the previous inhabitant. However, one door stood stubbornly closed, resisting their attempts to coax it open. It was a simple closet, yet it held secrets locked away inside. When the landlord finally intervened and forced the door ajar, the tenants braced themselves for the sight of old coats or discarded knickknacks. But what they discovered within sent a shiver down their spines. The walls of the closet bore deep, jagged scratches, evidence of a struggle, of someone fighting against confinement with all their might. And nestled in a dark corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message that seemed to glow with an eerie presence. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator who had witnessed her fair share of chilling scenes, felt a prickle of unease crawl up her spine as she surveyed the haunting sight before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but rather the silent screams etched into the wooden walls by unseen hands, telling a tale of captivity and desperation. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, whose camera clicked away, capturing the haunting marks for further analysis, "and gather the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone whispered cryptically, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with perpetually clammy palms, recounted how the previous tenant, a young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. Quiet, kept to herself, left in a hurry about 6 months back, he mumbled, his gaze skirting nervously past the closet. Forensic examination uncovered a chilling revelation: traces of blood embedded within the scratch marks belonged mostly to Emma, reported missing by her workplace after her sudden disappearance. But there were 2 other DNA samples, one unidentified and the other belonging to Derek Mercer, a man supposedly deceased for 2 years following a tragic accident. Shaw furrowed her brow in disbelief as she absorbed the startling findings. Derek Mercer's DNA, once thought to be laid to rest, now stained the walls of Emma's confinement. The pieces of the puzzle began to form a sinister picture of interrupted lives and hidden horrors. Emma's apartment whispered of a life interrupted, of unanswered phone calls and a sudden silence that had descended upon her world. A mysterious boyfriend, mentioned in passing but never named, hovered on the fringes of her existence like a ghostly presence. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure, a man in a baseball cap, trailing Emma into her building under the veil of darkness. The faint glimmer of a breakthrough emerged when Derek Mercer's fingerprints were discovered on the closet's doorknob from the inside, a damning link in the chain of secrets waiting to be unraveled. He staged his death, Shaw concluded with a heavy heart, but why and what ties him to Emma? The enigma deepened as the investigation unraveled a tangled web connecting Emma's fate to that of another missing woman, Lynette Porter. Clues led them to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family, where a ghastly truth lurked behind heavy basement doors. Lynette Porter, found alive yet broken, whispered of captivity and torment. "He forced me to witness," she murmured, her eyes hollow with unspeakable horrors. "He wanted me to learn the price of defiance." Evidence piled up, journals dripping with Mercer's obsession, photographs of victims past and present, and chilling videos capturing Emma's final moments of fear and despair at the hands of a twisted predator. The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned far and wide, a shadow looming over the landscape as authorities closed in on their quarry. Forensic profilers painted a portrait of a man driven not by mere violence, but by a thirst for suffering, for the slow erosion of hope in confining darkness. When Mercer was finally apprehended at a bus terminal, a facade of calm masked the storm raging within him. "She sent that message herself," he claimed with a chilling smile, deflecting blame onto his victims. "She sought a savior but found only me." The trial laid bare the elaborate charade Mercer had orchestrated to evade justice, his twisted game of cat and mouse with the law. Emma's body remained a ghostly absence, lost to the darkness of that fateful closet where her final moments had slipped away in silent agony. The jury's verdict came swiftly, a damning condemnation of Mercer's deeds. As the sentence of life without parole was pronounced, a fleeting smile graced Mercer's lips, a private satisfaction cloaked in shadows only he comprehended. In a moment of quiet triumph, Lynette Porter faced her tormentor in court, her voice ringing with defiance. "You locked us in darkness, but I choose to walk in the light," she proclaimed, a beacon of resilience in the face of unspeakable darkness. The case left an indelible mark on Detective Shaw, reshaping the way missing persons cases were investigated, drawing attention to the shadows that lurked in the corners of seemingly ordinary lives. The closet door from Emma's apartment now hung in Shaw's office, a haunting reminder that sometimes the most harrowing crimes were etched not in blood, but in the silent screams of those who fought to break free.